Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I come to you this fine Monday, and we start another week of stock trading. The pre-market is up $2.68, which is 4% over close. Doesn't seem like much, but it's not bad. So we're about to find out in the next 2 minutes how the week's going to start off. Hopefully good. And we'll make our coin. Yeah, 5% pre-market's not bad. It's not over 65, which would put us in like a new high territory. We're still within the channels, as you can see on the chart. Actually, we're still within the channels of last Friday and the most of the week of last week. So we're in a good spot, but nothing guaranteed yet. So got 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, and then the party starts. Oh man, sorry. I didn't realize it was muted. Yep. So, good morning, since you missed all of that. And two, uh, I was just fighting with my microphone there, so you didn't miss too much. I was trying to set up my brokerage. Yeah, the table that my microphone's attached to has a slant, so the microphone swings right out of. I got to hold the microphone, so it's kind of shitty. But it is what it is for now. So what I was saying earlier, I don't know when I got muted, but I was just saying the opening salvos will dictate the day for us. It started off with a little bit of negativity. I highly doubt it's going to plummet to 18, but if it did, it would prove once again that my points are correct, but my timing is off. But judging by what we see here, it's either going to go flat or up. I don't think we're looking at a giant course correction. The markets aren't red enough, and we're not negative enough. Our volume, though, is 17 million. So it was 10 million almost on open. We've gained another 7 million since then. So we're going at a fair click, but it's still a lot lower than what we're not expecting, used to. You know, some days back in the day, we were 23 million over the course of a day, right? So this is really high compared to that, but compared to normal in the last couple of weeks, which we were clocking like 100,000 by 10 o'clock. 100 million by 10 o'clock. 1,000. So we're definitely a lot slower than we were in yesterday's. So I'm watching this here to see if I'm going to get in or if it's going to drop. It looks like we're just resting before another push, but I won't trust it. It's still too early to call it. AMC stock only goes up. Yeah, that's why there's never red on the screen, John Walker. Never red. Look at it go right up into the earth. All the way up to 18. Oh my God, look at it go. Oh, yeah, it's fake red. It's actually green, but you're colorblind. Forgot. Yeah. Yeah, the gap up is a good sign. It's generally a good sign, but you have to see in the opening salvos if it holds, because pre-market exuberance doesn't mean market exuberance. It's a good sign that it would. It's a good indication it would, but it's no guarantee. Um, so if they are going to falter, it'll be right away. So if this drags out a little longer, without any serious reds, we'll go up. But if green has expended themselves, then red will start to get a little more aggressive and then really aggressive before 10:30. And if green can't mount a defense, then it's curtains in that direction. But we'll see. Because we know the negativity ramps up closer to 10:30, right? So we factor that in. It's a little early to see that negativity. So this here is kind of medium negativity. It's not bad yet. We haven't broken new lows. They're relatively small. Green is pushing back, but it's not, green's not just having a field day though, right? So this may be the warning signs of something worse, and we will see. Yeah, time to change the candles to all green. It's green and greener. Well, yeah. Once in a while, you get a field day, or your time in the sun, as it's also called. by most people. So every stock gets a time in its time in the sun to grow and go nuts. But after that's over, well, then the realities of whatever kick in, right? So we had 100+ day. So we've had our time in the sun. So we should expect negativity following because we've, flew to the sun and had our moment, right? But AMC is a little bit different, and this whole Wall Street bets and Reddit fueled craze is a little different. It's not like normal stocks where it's just a news article or a change in government or whatever causes, steel to go running for a week or two. This is people that are angry and driven and are, a lot of them are entrenched. So it's a war of attrition. So it's a far different beast. It's definitely a far different beast. But it's not to say it somehow is immune to stock market technicals or all of that stuff. It's just you have to keep in mind that can't really be betting that it's going to collapse or it's going to run out of steam or any of the normal stuff because you don't know how deep the pockets are of all the angry people, if you will. So, something to keep in mind as you trade or as we watch the charts too. So, because normally you can only buy the dip so much, and then eventually red just ruins you because you're out of money. Well, fuck, we've been buying the dip for almost a month and a half. So it's like, okay, eventually, yes, we have to run out of money. Money is not infinite. Selling is technically infinite. Technically. Eventually it gets to oversold, but technically you can sell indefinitely until there's no care for the stock anymore, I guess. All the shares are returned. But buying, you need infinite money. So, but anyways, let this baby roll, run its course. So this, if this gets down to 59.50 or so, this should pick up. So as you watch this red line go down, as soon as it touches that red stick that it's coming close to on the left there, that should start picking up. They'll have a little bit of retraction, like kind of what we're seeing now, or resistance to go any further because there's a support line there, which is the high of that red stick that's 2 minutes into yesterday. But if it busts through that, then we will go a little bit. So this is them buying the dip. And then we'll see how red reacts. On the seconds chart, red is starting to wake up, but not mounting a defense, so it's probably going to go green. If that's the worst red can do, it'll push. Oh, no, red's picking up now. Green's countering, weak. Red countered even weaker. And it's going flat until somebody decides to win this. Yeah, it's gone flat. Yeah, if you see the seconds chart, it's undecided. You can kind of see the push and pull on the seconds chart a little bit better, but you can see green is now ramping up slightly strong and red is mounting like half-assed defenses, right? So it mounted at like a fraction of the previous 3 greens and then went flat because green pushed it back up. So that's basically a sign of continuation. So the next one, it was a medium green, if you will, on the seconds chart. But that doesn't really mean much, but it's helping you see the tug of war. But right now, both sides aren't even doing anything. They're just kind of meh. So red's now leaning into them. They're getting bigger, longer, volumes ramping up. There you go. So now red took over. Yeah, look at that. So now red is hitting, if you look at the big chart, red is hitting the red stick there. So now it's going to bounce. So we'll see green, and it'll push it back just a tiny bit. And then if red is angry, they'll slap that down and go right through it in the next, couple seconds. Which, almost. Green pushed them back again. So a second bounce. Third time's the charm. So green's really buying the dip here. Woohoo, green's just laying in. Jesus, green. But then we'll see red's counter. So even though that's a strong kind of act of defiance there, it may burn them out, right? So even though a lot of times this is a good sign that it will keep going up because green crushed red and now green's in control. If green doesn't have a lot of energy though, that's it. So green uses everything they got to, make the needle move. And then red just comes back and says, yeah, well, whatever, and slaps them. So it's always the second candle that really tells you what's going on. The first one, warns you, and the second one confirms it. So this is a light red. So it's possible green can crush this and continue. But we're stalling again. We're going flat. So we need to see who's going to win this. Green is trying. And red, I think, has this. Yeah. Yeah, look at that huge red. So there, case in point, what I was talking about. So if you bought into that dip, right, because you're like, oh shit, look at it go, you just got fucked hard. So green's going to try again, but this one's not going to have any energy. They burned themselves out. And here comes the red. It broke the line. So is green going to try to push? Oh, trying. But no, it doesn't have the strength. Red is going to crush this. Come on, Red. Finish it off. Get this motion over with. There we go. So this is the support line caused by that red stick on the left there in yesterday. So we're bouncing again. So this should be the third time. So if we can't make it through now in this cycle, then we should start drifting up or going sideways because red is unable to penetrate. So we'll drift upwards. Because I think that was the third try. Although we technically went through, so it may have reset it. We did break the invisible line. But we'll see how this plays out. Red slapped you back. This is a continuation pattern for red. Green is trying to push, but they're going to be out of energy for a few. So we're back over. Now we're well over. So we're still within the gravity. I would think we're just exiting the gravity of that line. If we get pulled back, then yeah, we're still in the gravity. Okay. Not to say we can't exit it if red just floors it. I was thinking we're free, but it's hard to tell because here, I would say if I'm going to draw some lines for you. So right here is the line we're fighting over, is this. And I would say its gravitational pull is probably to here, which is where we stopped the bottom of this green guy. So It looked like we're going to go over it, but we pretty much, we faltered. Okay. So then that's a good sign for going up. You basically pulled yourself back completely, but we can see that green doesn't really have the strength. So they're dumping money to make the needle move, but they don't have it yet. Now, red might eventually burn out. Red's been trying for almost 20 minutes now, right? Well, 24 minutes. So somebody has to start taking the captain's chair. I am the captain now. So it looks like we're still bouncing off the line. If we don't get any height, though, then 1030 is going to drag us under both these lines. We might be able to make some coin here on this run. It's risky, though. If it breaks over 60, 80, I think you might have something. Basically, this sticks to the left. They're trying, for sure. But yeah, red is very, very quick to annihilate them. Red's taking a nap. What are you doing, Red? Yeah, so they're slowly climbing up, building their stairs. Yeah, so if Red doesn't wipe them out, this will go over 60, 80, and then it'll take off. But if Red can bring them down good enough, then they're going to run out of time before the dip. Anyone's game. Oh, this looks like it might go up. If Red doesn't save themselves, oh, it's going to go up probably. Okay. I'm going to take a gamble. All right. I'm now in for 320 shares. I'm going to gamble it. Yeah, because they crushed the red and they're close enough for a breakout. So it's still risky, but if they can manage just a bit more, right? They just need to get over these guys here, and they're going to go for a run. So essentially this line here, for those that are new, we need to get over that white line. So as long as this red doesn't get any bigger, so if green shows any strength here, then I'd buy in hopes that it goes over the white line, and then you get it on discount. If red makes a huge guy, then you have to bail. If it gets under the white line below, you definitely got to bail. But I think green's going to try. Showing weakness. Not good. And that was just red pouncing on the weakness. I think green should be able to push this back up. Oh, I need to update the Reddit chat. 1 second. Okay, fixed. Ah, and now there's a giant ad on the top of it. Where are we? So green's pushing back as expected, but that might be our last hurrah. There we go. Stupid ads. Okay. Now we're making a little bit of scratch. So some rubber banding. So we got about 20 minutes until we have to worry about going down. Red is just delaying the inevitable. I still think it's too early for nonstop red. And again, I'm not always right. I'm just pulling from experience. We're in an up channel for green. Green has clearly shown its ability to defeat red. At least now, you know, red burned out probably around 9:30, closer to 9:40. Red is still very aggressive, but it's green's turn to give it a run. And hardly 59 to 60 was a run. So I think green has a little bit left in him. In the tank, at least. We should start to see that soon. Or I'm going to have to bail on my position. Because it makes sense we rebound off that line. And red's just kind of seizing the opportunity to kind of make it a little bit more nasty than it should have been. It should have been that first red. These other two reds are a little too much. So green should then let red burn out and then course correct. Just like it did 5 candles ago. It's going up, red leaned into them. They let red run its course. They buy the dip, drive it up. That's not a good start. Green basically did nothing and red just murdered them. Ouch. Wow, people are really quick on the sell buttons. Green showed like the tiniest weakness and they just murdered it. Murdered it. But where are the dip buyers? They should be kicking in. There we go. So now they just saw a red get destroyed into a green. That should kick off green. Come on. There was a 40-cent spread there? That's pretty nuts. I'm seeing 2-cent, 3-cent spreads right now. I didn't notice a 40. The spread being the difference between the bid and the ask, right? Versus something else, maybe. Okay, red's leaning into them because green's not showing any strength. So that's a technical breakdown from going under the white line. Pretty negative. Green should push over the white line. Ah, okay. And green attempted to and got slapped by red. Slapped again. Not a good sign. Pretty bad sign, actually. Come on, green. Jesus, green's not even putting up a fight. Come on. Rip, bank account. Nah. She broke the support line, but you still have the gravitational pull. It should bring them back in. Yeah. And because we so quickly broke 2 lines, we should end up at least above the second line. Yeah. But green, I think, is going to push it back. Green should have pushed back, 3 minutes ago, but it showed weakness and red just jumped it. Like right now, see how it's pausing? Red's going to smash it. Damn it, green. Come on. It's not good. Oh, well, red gave up. Now green can take over. So red did not smash. They just lightly, and green even lighter. Both sides are running out of steam. How's the volume? Yeah, the volume's ramping down. They're both running out of steam. Now they have to fight to get through that line. So this is not going to work in green's favor because they're going to have resistance by that white line. And every time they show weakness, red jumps on them. So it's going to be quite hard for green to get over that white line. But if they can work their way close to it or do it in one big push, they might be able to do it. Red is showing weakness going down, though. Might give green the ability. Come on, green. It looks like red's going to take over. Not good. Yeah. So there, green didn't push. Red took over. Red broke over the line, and then it had enough momentum to carry it to new lows. Eventually, though, it's going to get free of the gravitational pull, and it's going to free fall a bit. Green really needs to turn this frown upside down, or it's going to keep going. It's a good pushback, but it's not enough. Balls. Come on, green. Letting down the team here. All right, I'm going to have to close my position before I take greater losses. Holy crap. Green's not doing anything to fight back. Yeah, whenever I feel like selling, I always give it a minute or two because it's like when things are the darkest, that's when you get a turnaround. So your spidey senses tell you things are bad, but then you're like, okay, you get it all warmed up, ready to go, but let it double show you. So I think this might be its last push, and then it's going to teeter because we're getting close to 10:30. So I doubt we're going to go all the way back to 60.85, but I can at least get out with, a little bit of my shorts, a few pairs of underwear. We'll just let this run do its thing. It's one thing to be exuberant for a stock, but it's fairly irrational to think it's going to be 100 by the end of the week, considering that would be breaking new highs and considering how much money is required for us to stay at this level. So if we're at this level and no one profit takes, then maybe we can get to 100. But people are going to profit take. They do it all the time. Oh. And to Freedom's point, where he's saying big money doesn't want to buy at this point, he's right. But big money didn't want to buy when it was $8, let alone buy now, right? So it's been too expensive for them since the dawn of time, because we were basically in a squeeze, then the come down from a squeeze, then we built a base, and then we squoze again, and now we're building a base presumably somewhere in the high 20s. Even though it looks like we're building a base in the 50s, 60s, we're building up our bottom way down there. The longer we stay up here, it raises the floor down there. So if we stay up here long enough, eventually we'll build a base at 60, but that's going to take quite a while. So big money, unless they're gambling, doesn't want to be in at this price either, because they know that the base is somewhere around 12 to 20 something dollars now. And the true price of this stock is still negative $6 or so. So it's what's the true price? Negative $19. Yeah. So we're not exactly negative $19, but we're definitely not a positive earnings per share. At least not for a while. Not until the pandemic's over. Well, it's not 100% true, because how many hedge funds have gone under with the GME and AMC? They've killed at least 8, right? So, it's not to say smart money is infallible. They're obviously not retarded. They're definitely not retard money, but it's not to say they can't fuck up, right? Like, I don't consider myself totally retarded. And, I can take 50% losses, 30% losses. I'll still come out around 60% a year. But, you know, it's not a guaranteed win just because you're rich, right? But obviously, you didn't get rich if you friggin' suck and make all the wrong choices. Yes. But the more money you have, the easier it is to recoup your losses, as long as they're not extreme. Okay. So we're back in channel, but we're getting close to 10:30. So this is kind of risky for me. So I wouldn't want to be in until after 10:30. So I have to run the risk of waiting it out, hoping the 10:30 dip is not extreme. The markets look good. Nasdaq's recovered. S&P's recovered. Dow's on a tear. GME is dying. So hard to tell. If we could get over this line, I'd feel better about the dip. Yeah, look at how fast it's going. Good pushback. I guess I'll take my 2.3% loss because, yeah, I think this baby's not going to do so well leading into 10:30. They catfish you with the thumbnail. Well, I was told my AMC was big. I'm just trying to put up a clickbaity piece of crap thumbnail like everyone else. Since I'm incapable of making a shocked, emotional face, I have to rely on clip art. Yeah. Yeah. Well, now shares are so expensive, I get a fifth or a sixth of what I could previously buy. Yeah. Not to mention the small losses here and there. That put didn't pay out. Damn it, green, come on. Getting too close to 10:30. Oh man. That was bad. Green's just like and slap. And it's like, oh, that's horrible. So there's definitely a support line right here. And it's only a matter of time we break it. Volume's medium, medium low. These are big reds. Green push. Green pushes again on low volume. Red is pushing. Oh, we might get back over that line. Maybe, just maybe. It's trying. Come on, get us over that line. Just don't get slapped by red into oblivion. We're so close. Oh, we're over. Good. Sweet. We gapped over. All right. Floor it before 10:30. Before they play the Uno reverse card. Aha! But you have fallen into my trap card. For it is time to duel. Yeah, we need that as a pop-up GIF. Just trap card played. Oh man, it's breaking new lows. We are seconds away from a drop if green can't get us up. Come on, green. Keep us off the bottom. Oh, green's not doing it. We're going. Gonna go swimming with the fishies. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna bail. Take my lickings. It's not gonna get better. I need Hello Darkness, my old friend. She's about to go. All right, so I just added the next support lines. I could have sold on the bounce, but I'm not going to risk it. We're too close to going tumbling. She's a steep slope. Yeah. So that's kind of the downwards inflecting pennant we're in, which means we could go for a breakout if we break the top here. So if that's the case, we'll see a push right now. But we're also, see when I sold with that red there, how dangerously close we are to the breakdown, right? So we managed to stave it off a few times, but we're coming up on 10:30, so the odds are not forever in our favor here. The Dow hasn't shown any retraction yet. Yeah, it's possible we can ramp up at 10:30, but then we'll pay for it at 10:40, 10:50. Mm. Trying again for a breakout. Has to get over that red stick on the left if it's going to get any legs. Because any failed breakout basically moves the top stick. Which I gotta move again. Man, it's really hating that line. Jeez. So that last red was kind of small, so if green can just do a concerted push, they can get out. Eventually, though, gravity's going to hunt them down. But we're basically 50-50 right here. We can go either way. They're very close to a breakout at the top, but they're not showing any strength. Oh, so close. Now it's starting to lean a little bit better for green. If they can hold this for the next 8 seconds, they'll probably get a breakout. Yeah. This should do it. This is not a huge red, slapping it all the way down. They're going to run. Yeah. And there you go. So this is pushing for 10:30 because we hit 10:30 a minute ago and it didn't do enough to dip. So they're going to try to floor it because the risk is over, but the risk isn't over. It's just been delayed. But that's usually a good sign if there's no dip right at 10:30, like right to it. So they geared up previously towards 10:30, but they didn't dip at 10:30. They started recovering. So then they're going to have a little bit of positivity, and then reality will sink in the next 10 minutes. Oh, excuse me. Well, or the next 20 minutes. So breakouts are usually about half the size of the midpoint. So that green was pretty much half the size of the midpoint, which is right about here. So this distance right here. So it could have gone a little bit further, but that's about right. So we can expect a red turnaround because it ran its course. Well, they're going to go for a second push. How's red going to react to that? Red says no, but not strong. Yeah, they might do it. It looks like they're going to push for the white line. Unless red can come out of the woodwork. We've gotten a lot of green over the last 30, last 5 minutes or so. Very little red on the second chart. That just means red's sitting there waiting to strike. So far we haven't seen a boost in volume from the red. So the red's not fighting yet. Green's pushing. Now we're back to 50-50. Red looks like they're in control now. Bouncing off the line. I'm going to try to push through the line. Come on, red. Faster you get this over with, the faster we can go back to being green. Yeah, it looks like red's in control. So it's trying to get through that line. And I think it's through. Yep. There we go. Leaning into it now. Green's trying to buy the dip. But it's not enough. Yeah, so 3 minutes ago, green really did try to go for that white line, but red just gave it just enough to stop it. And then it tried again, and then that's that little hammer looking one. And then it was out of steam. So then it's red's turn to take over. And red managed to make it through the white line. Green did try to stop it. So the support lines tried to support, but red leaned into them hard. Red's still not doing anything ridiculous, but green's not mounting much of a defense right now. They're probably burned out from that run. So they got to rest, basically, which is common. You'll see a green run, a little bit of red, and then a green run again. They just kind of need a resting period to reconsolidate their money and all that sort of stuff. Or people profit take, drive it down, and then they buy back in. Whichever way you want to look at it. But we still need to pay for our 1030 dip. So we're coming up on 1040. Which is it's the 1030, 1040, and 1050. It doesn't have to be exact, but if it's not 1030, it moves to 1040. If it doesn't happen, then it moves to 1050. If it doesn't happen by 1055, you're in the clear generally. But usually you get a dip. So we're still waiting on that. And then I'll buy back in. We got 3 minutes till 1040. Good morning, my name. We're stalling both ways. Looks like red's in control. So just to illustrate a point, see the angle of the trend line is just the same as the angle before. It's just that we got pushed over, kind of like the wind blows you over. But we're still trending the exact same way as we were trending earlier. And this is very common. This represents basically that there is an overarching negativity in the background that's slowly draining out water, and the rate at which it drains is constant. And so we muck around making the stock move, but if no one was playing, we would just trend along that line. Small reds, in this case, dragging us down. Sometimes it's a small, power water coming in, but right now we have a slow withdrawal. So that's going to set the tone probably for the rest of the day. So green will constantly be fighting against that. And now it's not too steep, but it's something to keep in mind. Green will push, possibly turn it around, but every time it slows down, we're probably looking at that slope. And that's the power of channels and trend lines. Okay, let me refresh this since I'm out of the market. Set up a buy order. So we're at 61 million. And now we're in. So not bad. Volume's picked up. All right, time to get on the comfy couch. So for this to be a dip, we need to get under this white line here. This one. If not, we're just trending, and then we'll probably bounce, and then we'll pay for it at 10.50. So it's here. If nothing happens in the next 10 minutes, 5 minutes, nope, 10 minutes, then it's a buy-in, and we'll likely go up.
Okay. Just extending these lines as this will build a new channel. And I just kind of wanted to see where they intersect. And so if this guy comes down, he'll probably be in here for the drop. Yeah, I'd say if she drops below 56. Yeah, the only downside to what Backstop's talking about is that you can make more beer money buying low and selling high than holding on to the stock while it tumbles into oblivion. So the risk of a covered call is that you're stuck in a garbage position or you're getting no profit from a winning position. So that's the risk. But if you're on vacation mode and you're not playing anyways, it's perfect. Oh, you say that. And then Ford comes out and says our electric cars all caught fire. Well, you're stuck as in you can't get rid of your shares. You would have to discharge your covered call position, which is hopefully, profitable, and then get back in or get rid of your shares. Right. Yeah, you should, if you buy early enough, you should be in a profitable position when the covered call is dropping. Yes. Because it's more in your favor, right? Well, actually, no, sorry. It's declining in value as it crashes because the likelihood of it executing is lower. Yeah, that's right. So if you made a covered call and it went and crashed, the premium would drop. So it'd be cheaper for you to cover it and get out of it, and you would keep some of the premium. Yeah, right. Okay, that's more correct. So then you would actually be in a profit then because it has declined. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And if it goes the other way, then you just miss out on unrealized profits. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you wouldn't be able to sell your shares because you would take a loss, but yeah, you could if you're really quick on the draw. You would sell your covered calls, keep the tiny bit of profit because you'd have to pay back some of the premium for the covering of your covered calls or closing of them, I guess is a better term. And then you would then take the ding on your shares, right? Yeah. Or ride it out with the covered calls and do nothing. But anyways, the point is that it makes your shares tied up, which adds the risk and the liability. So so we're trending into the down of this guy. I don't think options count since they're a financial derivative. That's yep as they count. Oh, they do? Okay. Yeah, I don't know too much about options in the sense, or especially day trading strikes. I guess they're not exempt because they still use the market. Yeah, good to know. Good to know. All right. Yeah, reading charts and trading stocks is my thing. Options, not so much. Don't have a lot of experience with them. All right. If she breaks this line, then this is just a kind of a gauge. There should be some resistance from this line. There you go. So that proves the line exists. Now we need to see if the line holds. A little bit of resistance. So this could be our 1050 dip. Yeah, this could be the dip. And this would be the correct area for the dip. But we want to see the next maybe 2 or 3 to see if we bust any lower. If we start showing strength, then I'd get in because we'll probably take off. Yeah, you don't want to catch falling knives. So just let it level out and then buy in on the upswing. So we touched the line and we bounced, but that doesn't mean we're going to stay up. It's a bounce. So that line is definitely holding though. Every time we touch it, snap, snap. Okay. Elevator now. This isn't too much of an elevator yet. It's definitely gonna get there if we go any lower. Because remember, when we went up to 70, how fast we went up, the down needs to be even faster than that. If those were stairs, God help us what the elevator is going to be, right? So that's why when we were going up, I was like, look, the mother of all crashes is going to come at some point because it's always an elevator down and stairs up. So if your stairs are an elevator, then your down has to be an elevator that's been cut with no emergency brakes. It has to be faster. So yeah, I don't want to see that day when that happens. That's going to be impressive as shit. It'll just be like, I'll be scrolling like this. Like, I won't be able to keep up. I don't think we're there. Green's doing too much work to stop. But it's not to say green is going to stop, 10, 20 minutes from now. Right now, green's putting up a fight. But they might give up. They might roll over and red will just start quantum dropping. And then I'll cry a little because my puts. Oof. So Cedra is looking for support right. Well, not there. Right here. Someone called the Titanic. Iceberg dead ahead. Whether or not we crash in it. Let's see. Let's see. And 58. So the next lines are here. Okay, so we got a nice bounce, but we bounced off of 56.27 or somewhere in here. Oh, your call's looking good, Cedra. But I wouldn't put too much money on it yet. We are getting into the 11 o'clock. And that could be the end of the dip. That was 55. Oh, this might pay out. We do have that in our favor. The volume is quite low, though. We'll see how this plays out. So we definitely have broke channel, and we're now running much lower. Let's see if we reattach to the channel. Let's see. We go up and we go down. Oh, thanks for the sub, Shane Turpin. Do. Oh, it's looking good on the push. And red's countering with medium volume. Yeah. That was a nice push. But we're still not out of the woods. Keep going sideways for too long, we should go up as we're getting longer in the day and it's a Monday. Oh, red's committing. Excellent. Now we're back to where I think we should be. That was a decent push, but it didn't have it. Yeah, because when we hit this was pretty severe, and we rebounded quite well from it. But to me, that was an over exuberance. And then it pushed good here, and I was like, maybe, because we're getting close to 11 something. But yeah, it wasn't enough for me to say, yeah, definitely. And good, I didn't. So hopefully you sold your little bounce and made your coin. Yeah. And you could probably play the bounce off this line as well. So this is the first, well, 1, 2. Next time we're going to probably go through. So this is the bounce off of this line again. 56.29 or so. So it should be running out of steam now if it's a bounce. Oh, that was perfect timing. There you go. So the bounce is usually like a minute. So that most of it was in this minute. So yeah. Do. Now we're back on track. Shift this over. Nope, I can't shift it over. Now we're oversold. We're going to have to draw a new line for this if it keeps up. Do. So green's putting up a little resistance. I'm out of the market, right? Yeah, good. Just double checking. So these are our last two support lines. So they're trying to buy the dips. So you can try to play these, but I'm not going to just because they're falling knives and you don't know when the hell it's going to stop. But no risk, no reward, right? So I'll leave that up to you guys. So after that, the next support line is here-ish. Then here-ish. Then we look like we're going into this territory. That's covered by that. This is covered by... it's a little somewhere in here. Let's go with this one. No, actually, let's go with this one. So this line's going to be really wonky. Yeah, see, there's one below here. There's one here. One here. They're all too damn close. So our free fall is actually going to be at 36. And we drop to 32. And then the next major one is 24, 25. And then it's back to 12 with maybe a stop at 18, 15, and 14. I mean, that's if we go into a free-for-all. But I don't think we're there. The volume's not there. At least not yet. The volume at now 80 million. I think I said we were at 60 million at 10:30. 80 million is 20 and 30 minutes. 60 million. 2-4. Yeah, we're slowing down. Yeah, and that confirms it. Yep. So basically, if we start getting reds that are bigger than these, then we know we're in trouble because it's basically going to go into a cataclysmic. So we're going to see a red that pushes all of this down, and that's going to be the indication that it's about to go south. If we don't get that, we should just level out. But we need the commitment from red. So we'll see. Well, Mondays are usually positive days for everyone, right? And it's not to say you can't have a negative day, right? So when we started, right, this is why I say you don't buy in on the opening salvos. This was good, right? But we saw early weakness. And then by the time we did this, it set the tone for the rest of the day. Red was clearly in control. So green tried to mount a defense, was unable to really drag up anything, collapsed, kind of overdone it. Green corrects. But by this point, even I realized it's like, look, by 10:30, it wasn't looking good. So I got out here after buying, I think, I bought, I think here. Yeah, I bought here in an attempt to get over the line. Yeah, that's it. I bought right here. And then I missed my shot here. And then I got out here. But once you saw this, you could see the negativity is too high. So green is trying, you know, buying the dip. But we'll see how it plays out. They're definitely trying. That's a good volume. Tone has been set. So if we do level out, then we should be going on course for where green is right now, actually. And then by end of day, we're looking at, yeah, 54s or so. Because we'll do this. And like, I don't know. And then we'll level out kind of. But the overall trend is going to be this kind of deal. Till we hit a certain resistance line that we don't want to go any further. Which might be these guys, because they're kind of close together, maybe. And it's hard to tell. Yeah, so green's trying to push. This is good push, but I'm not yet sold. Not yet sold. Oh, might do it. If this goes over 57.28, you might be able to get a bit of it. Close. Yeah. I don't think we're going to go see 40 just because green, people buy the dip. Like they'll just dump their grandma's inheritance, right? But eventually, we've been doing that for a month, right? It's going to burn out. This looks like it's going to push though. All right, I'm going to scalp this. Next red. Okay, I'm in on this red. See if I can get a little bit of action on that red. We got a support line here. We have open country to here. If we can get over this guy here. Make a few dollars. This should push. Got 1 minute to push, green. Come on. Damn. Just blew through my support line too. Rebounded. And green's not seizing it. So it bounced, green did nothing, and red took it over. And that's a bad sign. Right. I'm going to take a $10 hit here. Green can't push. So it gapped up. But green is staggering. Can't get over this guy here. Come on, green. Push and money. Still not doing it. So close. Got a little fight on our hands. Oh, red just got crushed. This should go up. So that was like an oversell by one person or a group of people. Green said no. So unless green, which it's doing now, shows incredible weakness, there we go. Green's trying. If green showed weakness, red might take over, but green's at least pushing. That's 1, 2. So if we can try again, the line we're trying to get over is here, which is basically these guys. Red swatted us again. Now we're touching the bottom. We're broken through the line. Which if green doesn't push, well, it just did. Good. We're teetering on going down, but green is pushing back. Yeah. Not doom and gloom yet. Definitely anyone's fight here. You can see it on the seconds chart. You know, red is just getting these little bursts, but green is countering quite well. It's anyone's game. So if green can make it back up, it'll complete a power shape. Red's starting to show weakness in the seconds chart. Well, green's going to try. Now, green showing weakness. Come on, you're so close. Stop. There you go. Yeah, they fucking floored it. You can see right there. So close. Yeah, good. Okay, now we just stay over this line and we should be good to go. And we'll start going up till around 12. Shit. Anyone's game there. We're close to losing it though. Fuck it. We're right on the line. Damn it, green. We're so close. Oh no, red's crushing us. This is going to get slapped into oblivion. No. No. Give us some green. Give us some green. All right, fuck it. I'm bailing. I'm bailing. I got out. Oof. Dodged that bullet. I saw that slap coming. Green might still push, but now at least I don't have to worry about the risk of it collapsing. Damn it, that was so good too. If it could just hold, we would have had the springboard to go. But the second red crushed it, it was like, nope. Damn, so close. So now red's in control because green just used all its energy. And so we're now looking at something like this. Uh, so close. So for those that are new, the power shape is this shape, which is green, a couple of reds, lewd shapes. Not that one. Where the hell's the undo button? Okay. So a couple of reds, and then it comes up to meet the top again. Now it has to exceed the top here. If it doesn't, it just generally falls quite extreme. So now it's doing the power shape again, a small version. So up, red, and then if it gets back up to here, then it will break out considerably. If it fails, then red should take over for a minute or two. And if it breaks below here, which it just did, then we got ourselves a crown shape of forming. And we're going to head down to somewhere around here. Yeah. So a crown shape for, again, those are new, is also the head and shoulders kind of deal, but it looks like, you know, an English crown like that. So essentially the mentality is that the people that are in the upswing here are going to be the people that are in the downswing here. And so they tried to break new highs. They failed to do it. They have one last hurrah, which is what's coming up next for us. We're going to bounce off a resistance line and make this point here. And then the people that got in on the upswing get threatened. And so they pull out to protect their money, driving us back down to the original point with gusto. So that's where we're headed. So these people here are now seeing, you know, their money being threatened. So right now we're at this support line right here. This guy where they paused and hesitated. There's generally no support on ups and downs like this. It's only where they hesitate and they go sideways. And so we're actually going to probably mimic this green. It's going to turn red and slap us right down to here, or at least here. Gonna right there. Just give it a second. So right now these people are all like, oh shit, my money. And then you just need them to click the sell button. Once a few hit the sell button, then it's going to be a route. And there she goes. We should have had a second bounce on our crown, but this could be the first, this could be the second, and this could be the third. Generally, it mimics the side that's going up. It mimics, you can see, almost identical going down. Yeah. Now, we should have had a bounce off of a line somewhere. So maybe this is it, even though it doesn't look like a thing, but it could be. We should have at least one more hurrah, which could be this one. But since it's the same height and it breaks new highs, I would just lump this all together as one bump. Yeah. So we'll wait this out and see what happens. And if this isn't a crown shape, because it's not a great crown shape, then we won't. If it's not a crown shape, then we won't see this catastrophic drop in the next, let's say, two minutes. So if it's not here or here, then we're going to go into a different pattern because it's going to run out of time. Yeah. Yeah, we're on about a 3 minute cycle here. 4, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, Yeah, we'll see. See what's going down on Sesame Street. So here they're getting a little bit of a hoorah. So these people don't feel as threatened when they see green. But then because that green got crushed, that's going to scare them. So once they get spooked, then we'll get our crown shape. And that should be happening like now. Hell, it should have happened 2 minutes ago. So speed it up. Let's get this show rolling. Come on. Spin me right round, baby, right round that direction. Come on. So that's a gap up. That means green's pushing pretty hard. But is it going to be enough? Round, right, round. They're trying. So another bounce off the line. So that's 2. So this is disrupting the crown shape. So it's possible we'll level out and then go up. My money is still on it going down, but it is putting up a resistance, which obviously red did not do here. And green is really trying to stop this from going down. It's like, no, no. It's, we're slowly getting our crown shape, but it's being dragged out. Oh. I wish I could play these counter punches. The problem is, eventually, they're not going to be a counter punch. But I guess if you played all of them, you would eventually win out more than you lose, I think. So it touched a support resistance line, and it's reacting fairly positive to it. It's not bouncing right off of it. So that looks like it's going to continue. And now it's hesitating. Well, might have spoke too soon. It's looking good there for a second. Just gave up the ghost. Now red didn't slap it all the way back, so now it's going to try again. I kind of want to get in on this because that should go to here. But these reds are pretty big. Yeah, I see what you're going at. Yeah. So if you take this angle before of all the hype, and we just took the core, which touches this, which is where we are now. So then that leads us to wanting to go that way, which then leads us to possibly a pennant here. Either that or catastrophic drop as we break the trend line. Yeah. Yeah, that line would hold a bunch of weight. Yeah, so that's what we're batting against right now. Jesus, that's awfully close. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty close. So it's 56, 56.82, 56.29. So yeah, it's not looking too good here. We're on this scale, we're under it. We're below the trend line. At least on this trend. If we go to probably a different time frame, we would be okay. So either it's going to pull us right up back to this line, or we're going to collapse and die a horrible death. We'll find out. Indeed, yeah. But that's representative of the amount of money that's poured into this company, right? Every paycheck, every week, people are buying more shares. We're going to need a bigger boat. Yeah. Well, at least if you've been following this for a while, you can start to see the warning signs. The reds are aggressive, they're long, green's not mounting a defense, the trajectory is wrong, every push is slapped down. So these are all very bad signs for, the day. The morning was weak. It's a Monday. If this is Monday, what's the rest of the week going to look like, right? So this is just the writing on the wall. And eventually people realize, and then it gets worse. Sometimes it turns around. This stock is definitely the comeback king. But in most stocks, once the writing's on the wall, once everyone can clearly see there's something wrong, then it goes through its period of negativity. Yeah. This is a power shape. The problem with this one is this green here. So even though it's going to break this line and it should get a boost, it has to get over this guy before it actually goes for a run. And this guy here is its next major, or this guy here. So if it boosts, it's not going to go far. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 things stopping it. That's why when you have a shape that's kind of like this, it goes farther than if you have a shape that does this, because it has to fight all of these, where here it doesn't have anyone to fight. So this one's going to be far more better than this one. Now this, when it comes back down, these are going to act as supports. So then when it goes this way, the second time, then this one's going to be this one, and it's going to be great. But the initial is going to have to fight all of this, so it's going to be stunted. But the second time, you know, presuming there's no one else, it's good to go. Plus, you've also burned out all the red right here. So if that doesn't murder you, then you're supposed to go up, basically. So, and where is the undo button? Cannot see from here. There we go. So. That's probably what's playing out right now. So it's trying to do a power shape, and it's not getting it. If red doesn't slap it down, then it should muster up the courage. And then, oh, I don't want that. So it should muster up the courage and go up. And we got a tiny kind of pennant going here. Whenever you have indecision, up, down, with bottoms that are going up and tops that are going down, you have a pennant. You also can have half of a W, half of a U shape, blah, 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 blah. So. Let this baby roll. So our Titanic is leaking oil here. There's literal blood and guts in the water. Blood and greens. Okay. So that may be a breakout. It can hold. So red's got about a minute to put it back in. Doesn't look like they're going to do it. So then it's about half the size of the middle. So it should be about the size of this guy. Maybe a little less. So this should come down just a tiny bit more. And then it's red. There you go. And then red should figure out what it's doing next. Yeah, they're going to just keep flooring it. Then red should probably correct it back to here. Because now it's overbought, basically. Too much too quick. So that's about the proper retraction. You can see green pushed it back and hesitated there. So now green's in control. So that was red correcting for green. So now it's green's turn to either destroy this and go up or show weakness and red will go down. But that was expected because green went up too much. So red basically went from here to here to correct it because it should have been a small green, not a big green. Yeah. Tried to defy the market. That may have worked a month ago, but now, now you don't have billions to spend, do you? So that's a good push. But that's again one person dropping a lot of money. You can even see on the second chart, look at how big it was. So if it goes up quick, it can come down even quicker. Let's see how red reacts. Is this going to kick off a run or is this going to tank? Showing weakness. Red showing weakness. 50-50. No one's doing shit all. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Oh, red's taken over. Ooh. So there's a good example of what I was talking about. So one guy buys in and drives the price up, right? His money gets threatened and he now becomes a seller. And you see how quickly it dropped? Because it's the same dickweed that pushed it up. It's the same dickweed that's bringing it down. Yeah. Normally you don't see it that played out, but you have to always watch when there's a sudden jump. It's usually like one big fish, let's presume. So going forwards, you have to be aware that that drop is just sitting at any time. It could happen, but generally it will happen when this gets threatened, wherever that jump. So you should pay attention every time there's a big jump, because those are going to be big drops later on at that level. So that just played out actually quick enough to prove the point. But I've said that a few times now, but hardly it's that illustrative. But you just saw it there, the jump, and then as soon as it got to here, it became a drop. So he waited to like the last minute and he lost some money, and he's kicking off some negativity, but that was a false lift because it was just one person. So it doesn't have the staying power. Even though it has the volume, the mentality of the person can easily sway. So he can then become the opposite very quickly. Where if that was all just a bunch of people, it's hard to get them all to be sellers all at the same time. So yeah. Anyways, that's the point to make, is that if it's easy come, it's easy go. If it's one person, it's easy to lose it. So there you go. Another life lesson. We're learning today. At least the stock is doing shit today. That should make that Kirsty lady happy. Oh. So that's stalled. So that's a good sign for going back up. But we're going to probably, this line is kind of fake. But let's see if we play against it. So we should see hesitation. And we should get pulled under the line in the next 2 minutes. The white line. There we go. Okay. Well, today's just playing out like clockwork. Good. So I can reiterate that I'm not retarded. Do know what I'm doing. Unless it's options. Okay. So now, if we push up, okay, well, this is good. If we pushed up, I would think we would stay under this white line. And then this blue line, we just basically, we wouldn't have the energy. So I'm thinking the red's going to go here, and we're going to just get pushed down. And then maybe try. Yeah. Because that was pretty low. We should have found support here. 56.41. 56.35 as well. All of these bottoms. This stick and then all of these bottoms and their sticks. There's clearly a support line here. You can see all of them. Which is probably what happened here. We crossed too many lines. But I figured we'd rebound into here. But Maybe this guy's trying to give it another go. Yeah, so we did. So we're following this blue line. So this was definitely a pennant. So I just arbitrarily drew this, but judging by the breakout, which is partly because we went over the white line and partly because we were charging up, if you will. But now that you see how it's interacting with this blue line, then we can rely on this blue line to represent a declining ability to push up, basically. This is going to act like a declining wall that we're going to constantly have to deal with until we get through it. Yeah, this was a lucky rebound. Yeah, so this one's leveling out on the white line. This is what I expected here. Red to go down and then level out like this on this white line. But somebody pushed it up. But now we're back on track. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, we're gonna have to reschedule the Lambos for tomorrow. Now we're only at a 5% drop, but the markets are all green. So if the markets go red, this is going to be one hell of a drop. So we should be green today, but I think we flew too close to the sun for too long, so we need a retraction period. This may not get any worse, but let's not count our chickens too early. So as the markets are holding, so that's probably helping mute this. But it's still anyone's guess where the bottom is. Nobody can predict that. We can just predict the near future because we know the support and the resistance lines. So we know it's going to have difficulty if it chooses to go up. And if it goes too long sideways, it's going to get pushed into here and it will potentially fall to here. If it starts to go enough away from this line, probably here, it'll reach this line. Then it might go sideways, get pushed down. We don't know. I can't see that far into the future. I don't think anyone can, or they'd be multimillionaires. Actually, they'd be infinite heirs. If you could see 5 minutes into the stock market future, you'd be infinitely rich. Yeah. I make enough money being able to see 2 minutes into the future sometimes. So, and I play the sometimes enough. Yeah. Let alone if I could consistently do that. Oh my Lord. It would be rich. Just go on the Forex and just be like up, down, binary options. Be crazy. Yeah, well, there's that too, Travis. Or if you were the stock market, forget manipulating it. Just be the market. Travis, you're bending your knees for a big jump. I think your legs have been cut out from you and you may need to see a doctor. But again, it's only 5%. It hasn't gone into the dumpsters. The volume's picked up a little. but not much. Yeah. That's it. Can I get a Lambo or Stumpy Legs? That last dip really did me in. Ooh, shit. So we've not managed to get any height going up to 12 o'clock. We got a little run up after the dip, which was here. Then we tried again. So 12 onwards, weakness. Oh my God, we're gapping down. Oh boy. It's not looking good. So 12 onwards, negativity increases. Now it's a Monday, so it won't be so bad. But yeah. Oh, just there's a penguin in the water. Actually, let's make that an airplane. It's on fire. And spinning out of control. And some buildings that are on fire. There we go. A lovely sunny day in Fallout New Vegas. Ignore this wonderful tree growing in the clouds. Oh, we can build a fallout shelter. There we go. This is our little fallout shelter bunker. Sleeping quarters. This is our research lab. Storage. This is where we keep our AMC stocks. Memories of the better times. Yeah, we'll put GME over here. Give them a grave. Because they're dead. I guess if we're going to go to the center of the earth, some dinosaur bones. What else do we got here? Some rare minerals. Some cobalt for what's his name? Oh, that looks like a wank. Oh wow, that's cobalt and iron for Dr. Overkill, who's playing Space Engineers. All right, let's see how much further it goes. No. I was just I'm going to continue drawing. Yeah, we're only at 7%. We got lots of way to go. Yeah. AMC's just chilling. We could see. I don't know when where we're gonna stop. So there's no point drawing King Kong fighting Godzilla in the center of the earth because I don't know when that's gonna be. Yeah, it's a good time to check in, Barry. Don't mind the small dip here. You know, it's not that grim. You know, we're early in the day though, so Friday started us off on 11% drop. So, but you can see how quickly we can ramp up, right? So, like that's unreadable. There's almost a 20% lift, right? So, we'll see. We will see. The next stop is here. We could have crab people. Crab people. This is our little hollowed out cavern where they play their drums. A lesson about pre-markets. The general markets look decent. So this is really on us. Like, look at that tear. And these are quite good. And then us, not that. So this is more, we're up too high and we got to come back down kind of deal. But where this stops is anyone's game. They taste like crab and they talk like people. Crab people. Yep. Just like when you have sea people, you get sea society. All they had to do is suck it out of a hose. Rip. Our Fallout shelter got nuked. No. Yeah, the pre-market is helpful to kind of tell you what's coming down the pipe, but it's no guarantee. Yeah. But usually like in a normal stock, oh, nice recovery. The pre-market represents what the institutionals are doing. And so they're setting the tone because they're the people with the most money, right? But in this stock, it's all run by retails. So retails are getting psychotic and happy and over exuberant. And then when reality kicks in, well, those retails are buying, 1/10 of a share, making the needle move because it's the pre market. Then when the real big guns and the real money come out, well, then it just gets swamped or it goes up, right? So yeah, the pre market, especially for AMC and GME, I wouldn't trust it unless it's massive because then institutionals are probably getting in, or at least the risky active investors are getting in. I wouldn't say, universities or money managers are getting in because they wouldn't touch this at this price. So just keep that in mind. But generally, the pre market sets a bit of a tone, but that's for stocks that, don't move and aren't being gamed. It means something's happened overnight, or there's some news that's breaking that not everyone's aware of, and people are piling in. Where here, it's just people are psychos. Grandma doesn't need to retire. She can keep working until she's 85. All right. Just going to switch over to mobile chat, but I got to go use the washroom, and I will be back.
Right. Sorry about that. I should have set it to auto. VW is also a different story. That was a failed hostile takeover. But there is point to if you or there is a point to VW's squeeze though. If you crash very quickly and then you rapidly come back, you're going to get new shorts on your way down. And so when you do that quick turnaround, the flimsy short-term shorts are going to be squeezed out. And so you have a greater chance of triggering the squeeze because as they all panic, they'll jump the share price. And then you get FOMO, and then the medium and long-term shorts freak out because the price just jumped 50%, right? But working against us is that we just had a 100% day, just like last week or 2 weeks ago, right? So that piles in new shorts, and we're really close to the top. So we don't have a lot of people to squeeze out because we've already squozed them out, if you will, right? So it's not like VW where it was, a hostile takeover, I think from Porsche, failed, and then the turntables, and then all of a sudden, boom, because it all went the other way. But yeah, there is something to be said is that if you have a catastrophic drop, the risk of a rebound or the chance of a rebound, to use a positive word, is quite high. After that, though, it's anyone's game, right? So I would say we already gone through that. This is not even close to being a crash. If this got into like the negative 30s, negative 50s, negative 100%, at negative 100%, I'd probably be buying with everything I got because, you're almost guaranteed to go up, right? Now, you can't do a negative 100% because that's not how it works. But, if we go down, let's say 100% of what we previously did, right? So we're going back to 14, not going down 100% because then we'd go to like $1, right? To clarify that. So I'm talking about retraction. So yeah, but that's just normal. So anyways, we'll play this out. We'll see how it goes. But there is some validity to it, but just the VW is different than I would not jump in right now. No, Zeus. I'm currently out of the market because I don't think we're done yet. So give it a minute. Well, what do you mean by good suggestions? Oh, unless you're talking to Freedom. I mean, there is elements of what happens in short squeezes are in both of the VW in this, because there's again it's people rushing to the exit. It's basically a crash in the opposite direction is what a short squeeze is. So everyone is piling in to try to get out first. So it causes an irrational price jump,
which then further compounds the issue, just like a crash. The crash ends up getting its own momentum because people are getting scared of the potential. Like you saw my name asking about, is it going to keep going down, right? So she's starting to think about the negativity. So if she didn't see green for the next half an hour, she might hit the exit, right? And of course, there's millions of people thinking like her, right? And so if it's catastrophically dropping, those people are going to have to make a rash decision. And then the other people who are on the fence have to make a rash decision. And then that means the other people. And then you can see how this multiplies out of control, right? And so that's the idea. And a short squeeze is the other way around. The people that are hoping it goes down, it doesn't go down, it's going up. Shit, I got to get out, which is buying. Oh shit, it's gone up because that guy got out. Great. Now I got to get out. Shit, shit, shit. Boom, 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 boom. And as people jump in to get cash, right? It's the same thing, just the other way around. So, anyways, there's elements in there that relate to us because there's core elements that relate to the stock market. But the very essence of why VW dipped before the explosion is not, well, I wouldn't say it's 100% normal. It's because of the situation they were in. So it changes, right? That's why every single short squeeze doesn't start with a dip, right? But I wouldn't completely write it off, as I said before. A dip is beneficial because it piles in new shorts, but you have to come out swinging out of it. Plus, that dip wasn't that severe. It was actually, no, I think it was. It was almost 100% retraction to its previous price. So, yeah, I guess it was severe. If you bought anywhere on that first bounce, you would have lost. Yeah, because I think it started, went up, came back about 100%, and then leveled out for a tiny bit, and then off they go. But to my knowledge, that was because Porsche tried a hostile takeover, failed, and Porsche was the reason for the price being driven up because they were trying to buy up everything. And then they just gave up, I guess, because it got too expensive. I don't really know the whole story off the top of my head. And then, boom. Yeah. Well, we already see the effects of the retail traders. So I think you're going to see a lot more volatility, a lot more hype driven. But eventually the market is going to murder these people and take all their money. So within a year or two, these people are all going to get broke. So I don't know. I mean, retail investing has been around forever. It's just suddenly becoming vogue. But I don't think they can keep up irrational buying. Like, but then they can just find new people, new generations of wealth, maybe. So I don't know. At the very least, we're going to see hype. I think it's going to burn out eventually. I know big corporations are already talking about being more defensive. They can't be as aggressive with short selling anymore. They have to watch they don't get caught or singled out, right? Like people are watching Wall Street Bets like a hawk. Anytime you mention a ticker, it immediately people buy in, right? So just getting mentioned on Wall Street Bets is enough to surge your stock price. So there's definitely now a game there. You buy into a company a couple months ahead, and then you pump your company or pump someone else's company that you have a vested interest in. Well, I'm just talking about this lesser known company that no one knows about that I only have $10 million invested in. And then you wait for it to pay out. So I think that's the old school pump and dump. Excuse me. But I think that's definitely going to be more frequent. If they can prove it, they probably will. They talked about that. So the SEC doesn't want to limit free speech, if you will, on, people talking about it. Like they use the example of you talking to your neighbor about a stock, right? But if I go over to my neighbor and say, "Oh man, AMC is such a great stock," they're like, "Well, no crimes committed." Fine. But I'm going to every neighborhood with a microphone and yelling, "Buy this stock, buy this stock. Oh my God, buy this stock." That's the equivalency of going on Reddit, right? So it's like, yeah, you're not talking to your neighbor. You're talking to everyone's neighbor in all of America. At what point, so I think they may, step in. Right now they said they won't, but I mean, you can't have pumping and dumping because it's just so open for abuse, right? So, and or even YouTubers have to watch, right? Like, they're talking about how great something is. They're attesting its fitness. They're saying it is good. It will do well. It will do great. There's no guarantee in that. That's technically all illegal. And if I was walking up to random people and saying, "Hey, AMC is great and it will do good," you could sue me because I told you it'd be good. I lied to you. You took a risk, which you shouldn't have, based on my, assertion, and you lost all your money. So technically, I'm liable because I led you down that road. Now, of course, they say a million times over, you know, trade at your own risk, blah, 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 not financial advice. But it was financial advice because you asserted it, right? You gave it, you told them, and you asserted fitness, right? So there's definitely a line there. They're not enforcing it right now, but it's definitely, I can see them coming down with a ton of bricks once they figure out how they can enforce it, you know? Because how are you going to stop people on the internet from talking, right? So I think that's their bigger problem. Yeah. But they could sue the shit out of Reddit, is what they could do. They could say, "Look, Reddit, you're not doing enough to stop illegal activity. Here's clear evidence of illegal activity." And of course, Reddit's like, "Well, we have no control." And it's like, "Yeah, go fuck yourself, Reddit." And that was the first Senate meeting where they're like, "Okay, that's cool. But, so I don't know. I don't know what the SEC's got down their pipe, but they're definitely going to have to do something because uh, they can't let it go to be the Wild West. They don't want to give up control. And B, they can't have, you know, robots and malicious companies profiteering because then people are going to lose faith in the market because they keep betting on things and losing, right? Partly because they're idiots, but, that's always been the role of government, protect people from themselves, basically. Nanny state kind of deal. So don't drink the bleach. Ugh, please don't drink the bleach, and don't drink the blinker fluid or the windshield wiper fluid. And while you're at it, tires aren't edible. You got to have all these warnings, right? Greatest generation. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I don't think they're done yet. So we reattached ourselves to this line, so that's good. So we're not out of course, but we recorrected this drop here. Still pretty late in the day. So as we get closer and closer to the end of the day, we lose steam. But it could be that we're losing red steam. But judging by what we've seen today, I would say we're going to lose green steam. Yeah, I agree. Overkill. It's a good push. What's the volume on that? Relatively high. Green's going to go for it, eh? There's red counter. So again, I think that's another big fish push here. So you can see on the seconds chart right here, it's like it's going flat. The volume just quadruples or at least doubles, and it's all in one shot, right? So if we see red bring it down just a bit, we should see an equal size drop. Right now, red's not doing anything though. Do. I don't know what you're from. I mean, where are you from? And that would be Canada. Or if you think I'm a lady, Thailand. Ottawa, capital. Okay. So I think I'll buy in if it gets over this white line. And then I'll play the jump. Still don't like this. It looks okay, but it's not great. Yeah, majority of people here are from America. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's it, my name. Now this might be your last kind of bounce. And then you're going back down though. So that's why I day trade. So here, you know, if I got caught off, this would be my last chance. You generally get 2 chances in a day at the same price. So we should probably see 57.18 at least twice, which we already did. We've seen this twice. Twice. So we haven't seen 62. So everything that I guess is 62, 43 and higher, we haven't seen twice. But and we've already seen all of this twice, so it's kind of cleared. And so this area we're now just seeing twice. Anything below this white line. So after this, you know, we have the potential of free falling. And the reason why you see it twice is just because the first time through might be sellers, then the buyers fill it up, or the buyers bring it up and the sellers bring it down. And so once you go through an area, you clean out all the people that want to sell that are going to panic, or all the people that want to buy and that are going to FOMO. And so the second time through, they're already done. So there's less resistance the second time through, whichever way you're trying to go. Yeah. So like here, we burned off the sellers over the course of, let's say an hour, well, just under an hour, 40 minutes. And then in 30 minutes, we come back up, right? Yeah, about right. Now we're seeing hesitation here. So this is the check mark, which is usually a very bullish shape. You're basically going down, you come back up on a 45. If this fails, it could turn into a W, or it could just roll and catastrophically die. It'll probably most likely go down on the same trajectory. And then it will die on the bottom part, because that's where W's die, is on the second attempt to roll up, they roll down and they die. Oh, heavy rain outside. It's like, why are my stocks making funny noises? It's raining like a villain outside. Okay, so now we pushed over. So it is trying to jump that gap that I was talking about. But you can see the red still the red is there. And that's why I'm kind of hesitant. As much as I would kind of want to play that, I don't like how angry the red still is. Which to me is like a ticking time bomb. The red is just waiting. When green finally runs out, it's just going to go crunk, 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 crunk. So anyways, so that's what I'm trying to say. My name is that this may be the apex. Maybe not. But keep that in mind. Yeah. At the very least, if we get below this blue line, things will get bad again. If we're above this blue line, things are more flat and beneficial to green. So we might do this and level out. If we get below the red line, I would expect us to keep going down versus leveling out. Yeah. Yeah, we're really on track for, if we look at that line, we are just, geez, we're still working this morning. So if I take this and draw a line right through it, actually, let's use the good stuff. Okay. So there's the good stuff. So this is our kind of general trend line for the whole day, actually. Let's put it here and here. So this is our general trend line. So oversold, overbought if it's above. But you can see we're just floating on it. So right now we're overbought. So I expect us to get pulled down to here. And you can see it lines up with the, this red line is almost parallel to this blue line. The blue line's just shifted up because it represents the top of the pennant of this guy, which is inherently the same slope as these guys, which is kind of funky, but it's weird how all that works out. Yeah. So this line's actually a little bit higher, but I mean, these lines aren't perfect. You can see it's slowly drifting to the top, but it goes to show you there's definitely this red line, this blue line. There's definitely that angle is definite something. But anyways, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Might be able to make a few dollars here. And I bet I could probably draw the same line. Actually, if I make the same parallel line and I drag it over here, we might even play amongst this line. Let's see. That. Oh, not even close. Okay. There. Close enough. Okay. Let's try that out. So what this kind of represents is that, you know, you get pushed by the wind, but the general trajectory of your car stays the same. We're heading to the southeast. And so even though we get pushed sometimes like laterally, or once we slow down, we go back on our trend Yeah. Which you guys saw 5 days or so ago when I was using those green lines a lot. I was just moving them around and we just stayed channel, out of channel, channel, out of channel. Yeah. Because you can see by the shape, right? We're definitely channeling. This, a little bit, not so much. But once you have these kind of straight lines that are almost 90-degree changes, that's generally like this, generally representative of a channel. So when it gets kind of mangly like this, we start to get into U's and W's and what we're normally used to. But you can see here, channel, down, channel. And I bet you this angle here is very similar to this angle here. This one looks a little lower. Oops. And this angle here might match our last one right here. So we're basically alternating between this channel and this green channel that I currently have highlighted. Yeah. How long we stay in one, who knows? So now we're breaking potentially this channel. It's just an arbitrary line. So this might try to close the gap, or red is going to try to push us back under this line. Anyone's game. It looks like it's trying to close the gap. But it's not closing it. What have you say, red? Red showing weakness, so it's going to probably finish the gap. Nice. So it touched it. Not too much pushback on the touch. But we're definitely slowing down volume-wise. Yeah. Oh, I spoke too soon on that one. Red is ramping up hard on the seconds chart. So it looks like we might be going kind of slow-mo-y, which will throw off my timing. So when we touched that line, I expected this red kind of more immediately. Didn't happen, and then it did happen. Yeah. Because we're up pretty high now, so I'm expecting red to kind of slam us. And the reason behind that is because as you get higher, more people become profit takers and more people look for exits because they're like, okay, it's too high, too expensive. I can't buy in at this price, whatever. So green starts to weaken as the price goes up and red starts to strengthen till it finds its equilibrium. And it looks like our chart has drawn us a dodo bird. It's a dodo bird. Got that distinctive flat nose. This line doesn't mean anything. It's just for my reference. I just want to see the angle of it and how it plays amongst it. So this might be a crown shape here. If this plays out, something like that. So definitely low volume. What are we at? We're coming up on 11. No, sorry, 1 o'clock. So we might get a little bit of a boost. So we might continue to follow this blue line, then get a little boost. And that might give us our crown shape as people try to preempt the 1300 hours. Are you talking about AMC backstop? That makes sense because that drop was considerable and that's a bounce off the bottom. That would make sense. It wouldn't change my technical analysis, but yeah. Now that, you know, of course, hindsight's 2020, right? So now that we had this run up, it could have been because of that, or it is because this happened kind of deal. But generally, yeah, when you complete the dome shape, then there's a rebound. Maybe not to this extreme, but yeah, hit the lows and you retract from them basically. Let's take a look at that. But this is running its course. Yeah, so there's your dome shape. You hit the bottom, which is this support line, and then you bounced. Yeah. Yeah. And this could even be a crown if you merge the middle, because this peak and this peak are basically the same. And if this and this represent basically what we went through, right? So earlier in the day, you couldn't see this coming, right? Because it just looks like zigzaggies. But once it passed 57.41, then you could look at this and say, okay, now these people are going to get threatened and they're going to bail, which is what they did. Not guaranteed, but definitely useful. And if I remember correctly, right, so the next one is going to be the overnight people that get threatened. So we're currently at these guys. But once we get under 56.17, or sorry, 55.17, then we start threatening these guys. Then we can gap down to 48 something. So, but so far we've avoided that. We bounced off the crab people. Zero, 002. You're talking about the DTC ruling or whatever? Wasn't that supposed to be already enacted? I thought it went into enactment like a month ago. I mean, the ruling itself. Okay, so maybe it's not. So the ruling itself doesn't change much. It's a bit of a game changer for transparency, but it's not going to change the stock market by any means. It's just going to change the game in a sense that they have to report down to the moment that they take on any short positions. So actually, no, I think they have to report all positions down to the minute. Or is it just short positions? It might be all positions down to the minute. And so as a result, you got transparency because there's none of this waiting for it to settle. You already know how it's settled because they've reported it. And then that way you can look up, immediately what's going on instead of finding out 3 days later that people have taken on incredibly stupid positions and the whole market is unstable. So for the retail investor, it's going to be great because we can see into what's an obscure world 2 days early. For the government, it's going to add stability. And for the people that are doing bad stuff, it's going to make them more transparent. So it's going to make it harder for them to do bad stuff. So I think everyone wins except for, huge risk takers. So, but I don't think it's going to change the market. It's not going to cause an incredible uproar. If I recall correctly, they have to report every time their position changes. But I don't know if it's just for shorts. I can't remember. Yeah, I don't think it would cause, unless there's somebody doing some criminal shit on AMC, but they should have been covered well before now, right? They're not going to just wait until, they're exposed. So, because you have 3 days to settle, and, well, you have the day and then 2 days after to settle. And so people are exploiting that. And so now with this, it will be immediate reporting with 2 days of settle. So I don't think that's going to change anything. It's just going to make everything more transparent. And so while you had 2 days to get away with something, you now have to show your hand immediately. And of course, people are going to be poring over that data and rooting out companies that have bad hands and trying to beat them up, right? So I think in that aspect, it'll change the market. People are going to start hunting down bad hands. Yeah. Well, it's not within 1 hour. How is this 1 hour? If they were over leveraged, as long as no one calls them, they never have to cover. So the ruling enforces a 1 hour coverage. It used to just be that they had to cover within the time frame. I didn't know if the reporting comes with an immediate correction, because that's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to stop the market from destabilizing when they find out that $5 billion is missing because some Chinese guy decided to fuck up on some trades and almost tank a portion of Credit Suisse, right? And so that has cascading problems, right? You think you have money, but you don't, and then you find out you're broke. Then you tell all your debt holders that you're broke. Then they tell all their debt holders that the debt they had they can't call on, so they're broke. And then it goes down the line until the original person who gave the capital goes, fuck, I don't have no money now. And then everyone's broke. And so that's really the problem that they're trying to fix. And that was, I think, 2008 with the toxic mortgages, I believe. Mislabeled assets. So we're just trending along that blue line. I'm still out of the market. Just going to let this run its course. Oh, buckle up for safety, overkill. It's one thing the market doesn't like. It's a stress test. Let's see how things go. Close eyes. Feel warmth from fire. The stock doorknob is hot. Guess better open it up and reintroduce oxygen. Yeah. So in 2008, they just banned naked short selling. Now they're like, okay, you still can't be trusted. And so here we are again. But there's a fine line between squashing the market and with regulation and letting it become the Wild West. So Well, I know what Sam does on the weekends. Rolls around on his car, or sorry, white van. Restraining orders, like they'll do anything. Chuckle. Oh, sounds like Stacy has a dark past. I'm waiting for Tom to talk about his electric van, his white electric van he has. Yeah, I don't think this is exactly PG-13 since I curse like a sailor. So it's at least adult, but I try to keep it not crude and lewd because there's some thirsty males that come in sometimes and you're like, yikes, tone down the thirst. It's a good push. See if it holds. So that's the 1 o'clock push. They're trying to get in before 1 o'clock. So if they don't get any height, that's going to get erased. So here we go. Not seeing any height. Oh, oh. Are you going to hold green? Oh, nice. Good. Good push. Oh, it's still a good push. Doesn't mean it's going to hold, but it's a good push. Look at that volume. Jeez. That's a fair deal of volume. Have fun, Tom. Apparently Wednesday. Or it's already passed, but it goes in effect Wednesday onwards. I didn't really call this as a bottom. I'm still looking at it to continue down this blue line, which puts us at, you know, somewhere around here later in the day. This was just someone really dumped the volume for the 1 o'clock push. So it might still have legs, but I don't know. To me, it's too risky, but you can run it. Probably going to sit out most of this day at this rate. Because that's all just like one person volume. And so it did continue, but it's like at not even much volume. So that sounds like a reversal. Centipede legs. So we're drawing a nice mountain scene here. The lovely little tree. in our post-nuclear world. Actually, that can be another A-bomb. Draw a little road to GME's grave. There you go. Put a little town in here. Na, 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 na. How about some farmers' fields? Some happy little cows. A little hard to draw cows this small. Okay, they're bison. There we go. There we go. Little. We'll have an AMC theater here. Oh, it's so hard to draw with this. Okay, good enough. Let's see where we go. That's generally a bad shape. So you're going up, and then you're doing this, but you're rounding. So you're breaking new lows. So it's not a pennant because you're basically breaking new lows. So eventually one of those is going to bust, and then that's the end of it. And so we'll see that in a minute or two. Oh, there we go. Now we need to see commitment. So it broke through. Now we'll see volume commitment, and it will go further down if that's the one. Oh yeah, okay. Sure, I can draw the Hedgies graveyard. Let's see here. Okay. We'll make it multi-denominational. I don't know Islamic burial practices. Let's just say rocks. Because, you know. There we go. Good enough. And then, let's see. This, that. Japan, it's a giant rock. Karen kind of deal. And let's just have a mound of dirt for Citadel. There we go. And markers. So you don't accidentally mow or drink the water. There we go. There's the Hedgie graveyard. Well, so that didn't go into the down. So going back to this, because it tried to do this, but it failed to do it, right? It came back in, but because it escaped and got pushed back, that means red's temporary weakened. So then it's using that to push up. But if we see green is temporary weakened, then we're coming back down and we repeat the process. So that's where we are now. So this is a power shape. So if this goes green, then we have a good chance of going up to 56.40. Yeah, see? So green had weakness basically on the technical. So it needed to break this kind of invisible line to get over. And there's also this white line you can see as well, which is where it stopped. And that was enough to give red a chance to jump. So now they're back to neutral again. It's 50-50 who's going to win this. So red tried, green tried. Now red is bringing it back to the bottom. And now we'll see if red is going to try again. So all red has to do is break over this guy. So that's pretty much it just did. So if this gets any bigger, we'll go to this white line. If we don't bounce, then we're heading down to the graveyard to deposit a stock. The shorted stocks that killed them. Here lies shorts. There's a dead short. We hardly knew ye, short. So if I take this blue line, I bet you we're following that angle. And we are. Go figure. So this is, again, the same thing, being pushed up, right? We're being pushed up with the overall angle. So as long as the push-ups are quicker than the drain, we'll continue to go up. Yeah. Generally, you don't get stronger in the afternoon, though. But that's what I was saying around 10 o'clock this morning, right? Even though there's a leak kind of going on and we're losing energy at kind of a set rate, green can still beat that if they want to. It just means they have to try harder. We're just letting this run its course. Oh, that's a jump. It gapped up. What's the volume? The volume's pretty low, though. Yeah. That was... Oh, no, it's trying. I was going to say that was looking good for a second until red wiped it out. Yeah, but it looks like green. Green doesn't have it in it. Oof. So that's probably our big fish again. Not seeing the money that he wanted to see. Ooh, we gapped down. Oh. The sorcery. Oh, such witchcraft. I wonder what all the other YouTube talking heads are going to go on about now. Oh, it's a ladder attack. It's an Illuminati plot. Oh my god. See. Just basic stock market. Nothing fancy. The only thing we can't predict is volume. So, like, you can see, I can tell you what's going on and where we're headed. But if there's a sudden change in volume, there's a sudden change in direction that I can't account for because, you know, it's like someone throwing a grenade into a, I don't know, a crowd of people. You're just walking down the street. The hell, like, you know that grenade's coming, right? You have no idea, right? Same thing as someone threw money off of a truck or something beneficial. You don't know, you're just walking and off it goes. So you can only kind of prep for what you can see. And you can keep in mind that, you know, there may be grenades thrown from vehicles while you're walking down a street. So you can prep for it, but you never know exactly when they're going to chuck those grenades or throw those buckets of cash, right? And that's really the wild card in this game, especially when we have erratic volume. With stocks that are more stable, it's easier to predict them because they don't do anything. So they just do more or less of nothing. Where here, it's holy crap, we had a 100% day, and now we're having 5% days. So we're definitely all over the place. We're the hot mess of stocks. Actually, I'm curious, are we number one on volume? I bet we are. No, we're third. Torchlight Energy is number one at 50% up. Geez, and they dipped? Wow, and they dipped. They're up, still up 50%, and they dipped. How much did they dip? 25% dip. Jeez. Oh my lord. What did they do in the first place? I gotta even scroll out. What was it? They're initially up 74-ish%. Oh man. Yeah, okay. And this wish.com? No, it's context logic. These guys keep once in a while keep getting a run up. Yeah, they crashed hard. Oh, so they just opened in this December. Yeah, because I keep seeing them on this list, partly because they've been, I guess, floundering. And their last earnings was neutral, and they're finally seeing the effects of it, I guess. Wow, look at the difference in volume, though. Nobody gave a shit about them. Now people give a lot of shit about them, starting on the 9th and the 8th. So that's quite a few days ago. Okay. Anyways, there's Ford. So we're third on this list. Planter's still there. Okay, go back to us. So yeah, we're chilling like a villain. We're starting to get a pennant kind of shape going here. Although, technically here. That might travel. If we keep doing indecision here, if we don't break new lows, this will probably travel into tomorrow. And you can see how many friggin' white lines are here, right? This is why I don't draw them all the time, because, you know, they can be a lot. Yeah. But we should be coming up to some form of decision by... This is the dailies? Yeah, it looks like these are dailies. Yeah. Depending on how today plays out, I don't think today's going to go any lower than 40 something. But we'll probably get a breakout. If we go sideways, we should get a breakout in the next 3 days. Yeah, it's looking a lot like a pennant. You know, we're really close to having a breakout here, but we failed. So yeah, if we don't get below 47 or 52 in the next 3 days, then we should be good. Let me tighten up this bottom. This was the same pennant as before. Bad. Yeah, so we bounced off of the bottom of the pennant today. Yeah, okay, we'll see how this plays out. But yeah, we're basically before the end of the week, we should have some form of decision. What's the end of the week? Yeah. Yeah, something should happen before the end of the week. Something major at least. Okay, so we just set fire to the town and we're on the blue line. Where does the blue line carry us to the end of the day, out of curiosity? So it puts us somewhere around 51.50, but I think we'll hit these support lines down here. Like the longer trend line, we'll catch up with it and we'll be at 53.50 for close or something. If all things stay the same. We'll see. It's always aliens. Or the Illuminati. I mean, who else could it be? Yeah, Ford's up there on the volume list. All right, keep on trucking. Do. we're just trucking along. Nothing to talk about yet. It's going to be negative 100K and you'll have COVID. Good luck, Sam. Oh, the stock tested positive for gamma variant of COVID. RIP stock. This old mare ain't what she used to be. Enjoy. Enjoy. It's true. It's true, overkill. But sometimes it's an atom bomb that's blotted out the sun, and that sun ain't coming back. Eventually, one day, there won't be a dawn. Oh, that sucks. Damn, Zeus. Did they put you on hold? Sad pandas. Yeah, I got a Pixel 2 that I've dropped maybe, oh, I don't know, 30 plus times. I'm surprised it hasn't died. Aside from the iPhone 4, this Pixel 2 has been the best phone I've owned. So good. Oh, no case on my Pixel 2. The OtterBox has saved my phone a gazillion times with the Apple phone because they love to spiderweb crack. This Pixel, I can't, because the glass doesn't go to the edges. The glass is set within the edges, So you can basically, as long as you don't face plant it on a rock, it's well protected against all corner damage. And it's like, you guys were thinking when you made this bad boy. They didn't want the warranty calls. So we're trending the blue line. We're making our way through town. No. Say hi to Mr. Horribly Drawn Cow. Luck is what you make of it. Perception is reality. Like, for example, my name, you didn't sell early today. That wasn't bad luck, right? Well, yeah, but on a long enough scale, everything goes to zero. That's the spirit. Well, if I flip the line up the other way, it won't make much difference. Not the line, but the stock that makes the line. For you must understand, Neo, it's not the spoon that bends, but only yourself. Whoa. There, we'll just put some lemons in the lemon fields because I know they're not going to stop what's coming. But just because we're a cult, we have to advertise. And perhaps the sour citrus will turn this frown upside down. But judging by the lack of volume, doesn't look too good. So we'll just see how she plays out. It'll be interesting horse betting for sure.
was just grabbing something to drink. I see it surged up while I was doing so. Looks like the lemons are taking hold. So I was looking at our statistics just briefly there. So we're down to like 30 concurrent viewers, but our average watch time is about half an hour. That's pretty good. So most people are either here the entire day or they stay for, 30 minutes. Oh, I'm going to have to pan. Yeah, it could be a fly. Clearly, flies have always had it out for rotting markets. They somehow know when there's a corpse within an hour. So maybe they know something about the rotting insides of our market. I think there's a correlation. Fly, you fools. Nice. I'll remember that for next time. I'll draw a fly and he points to it. Yeah, I love how someone did a revisionist history of Lord of the Rings, and they're like, how it could all be over in 5 minutes. He just flies with the eagle right into the mountain. Done. Could have saved everyone all this trouble. Just throw the hobbit in with the ring into the lava. Take the bird too. So it's still thinking. Looks like it's going to go into a mini pennant here if we don't get a breakdown right now. Yeah, we're going all slow-mo.
So those lines are just for my reference to get a sense of the momentum. Got to go back for some tasty citrus. Volume's ramping up. It's 50-50. Looks like red's going to win, but green's putting up a good fight. Green's still pushing. I'm looking at the seconds chart. Red's not really given too much of a fight. It's mostly green. So red's going to probably come out with a slam. Like quadruple the vol. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, I'm like, we're a little overdue. And there it is. Because, yeah, when one side looks like it's given up, it doesn't mean that it's like out of juice or it's done. It's just waiting most of the time. So then you're expecting a pent up emotional response. Sometimes it's out of steam, and that's the thing you have to gauge. But like there, I could see red is basically countering green a little bit, but not much. And then green's just starting to slow down, but the volume's not ramping up. So it doesn't mean red's adding more to neutralize green. It's just green is slowing down. And then it's like, well, and then red's going to pounce. And then there they did half a second later. But that's a very common event. And that's what you got to be careful for. So if you're hoping it will go up and you're seeing the warning signs of, weakening momentum, everything's slowing down, red is not, being active, but you can see that red is constantly mounting a basic to good defense, then it's going to turn because red will finally get tired and pull the plug. So you need to get out before that happens, obviously, if you're day trading. So that one was a little bit overkill, but I bet you if we trace that back, that drop right there, that was probably traces back to the big buyer guy. Yeah, because that was a bit of a drop. Almost 3 times the volume. So green should try to counter it a little bit. And then we'll go back to red and it'll go down. So there's the counter because it was too much too quick. And then once that fizzles out, we'll be back to Redsville, USA. And this will be essentially like a dead cat bounce. So you go too far too quick, you bounce off of the bottom with your cat, and the cat looks alive, but it's just a flying piece of fur at this point. And then reality and gravity kicks in shortly thereafter. Anything government related you can see on C-SPAN for the most part. US government related. So if this is a dead cat bounce, this should be big red. Whatever gets him the viewers, right? If I said outlandish things, we'd have a lot more viewers, but they would have the IQ of crayons. So we're trying to strike a balance between casting a wide net and catching catfish and bottom feeding cod. We want that high quality yellowfin tuna. Chicken of the sea. Okay, I'm going to have to pan south in a minute. I always find it interesting when it latches onto one of my drawings. Like I just drew something in completely arbitrary space and it runs into it. Like there's no correlation between the two, but it looks like there is, but there isn't. Although I can see that the slope of the bottom white line is actually the same slope as the blue line below it, which is probably why it looks like it matches up.
Dem slopes. All right, let's pan. All right. So it's the fallout from the nuclear radiation is now gone through the city. And now the lemon fields. And now it's polluting our flag, our demonstration flag. So actually, the demonstration flag actually played out. So it went to the bottom, didn't do it, went to the top, didn't do it, and then it went down. Yeah. Yeah, we're learning a lot today. At least stuff I'm demonstrating is playing out as I've, demonstrate it. You don't have to wait too long to see the actual most likely cause and effect kind of deal. Too bad it didn't go to the hedgy graveyard. It just didn't want to visit. But the shorts, they're so lonely. No one visits them anymore. Oh, what's green doing? Green's mounting a medium defense. There's going to be a little pushback. Green's still trying. Doesn't look like red is committed yet. So the 2 seconds or the 2 5-second blocks making 10 seconds only really gave about 20,000 in volume. And green responded with 15 seconds and about 30,000 in volume. Then red comes back with 10,000. Green just did a burst of 30,000. Then a couple of reds that are around 15,000. They're definitely going kind of sleepy town. 20 to 40 is kind of coasting speed as of late. Anything under 20 is slow in the 5-second ticks, or time frame, I should say. They are technically ticks, but let's not confuse it all. So we're looking for green or red to start ramping up. Red just had a horrible sub 1,000 volume there. That was brutal. That's probably going to be a glitch. Green's starting to push. Green's still pushing. So far, they crushed red twice now. Red gonna lean in a little bit. A lot. Red's just leaning in now. Green's slowing it down. Red's still leaning in, but green is holding, stopping that red from dropping. The red's pushing again. Green pushes back. Yeah, they're really trying. So if they can keep this up for long enough, red will run out of juice. My bet's green's going to run out of juice before red, though. They're going for another push. And then red should kick in right about now. Nope. Green. Oh, there's red. Little delayed on that one. Off by a couple of seconds. Here, let me erase the flag just so we can see what's going on. Does look like green is trying for a run. Red did try to bleed him out, and it didn't work. Whoa. Yeah, and someone just dropped a big pile of money. They were thinking the same thing. Yeah, it's hard to tell if I want to get in. On one hand, you can see green's really trying, and it looks like they're going to go for a run. But on the other hand, it only looks like a few major players are helping green up, so they can just pull the rug on you, right? So it's a little bit of a way. Hard to tell. Maybe they'll go for a push. I'm going to try to lose some more money, I guess. No, I missed that push, so I'm going to let it come down. Yeah, it was. They suddenly jumped up, but yeah, I could feel it. It was really hard to tell, but it was like green looks like they're gonna get over that red, and they did. I was too slow on that one. So if this red disappears, I'd get back in, because then they'll break new highs. Yeah, so this is going to probably be a push if this doesn't turn into a big red.
Red showing weakness. All right, I'm going to get in for shits and giggles. Okay. Give it a try. Yeah, red keeps showing weakness here. So even though red's kind of pushing hard from time to time, they show weakness every time green shows up. So I think they're going to try for another push. So hard to tell where it's going to go. So red in the last minute or two started showing, strength, but now it's red's gone weak again. So if green can just pick up the volume, we'd be good to go. But it looks like green is barely holding on, which is not great. But a sleepy green is better than an aggressive red because green can always wake up. Whereas if red's super aggressive, even if green tries, they get swamped, right? And vice versa. Yeah, like we're trading sub 5,000 now. We're half speed to what we were 10 minutes ago. And that's a jump from green and red. Go on, green. Okay, green's going for another push. Hasn't shown up on the main chart yet. There we go. Okay, trying to push again. This one should be pretty good because it doesn't take much for them to get a couple of boosts. They just need a little bit of green, which they might be getting now, and they should boost up.
First boost should be here. Oh, red's shitting on them. There's a volume boost in the seconds chart. Hasn't shown up on the main chart yet. There you go. Small, but there it is. So now it's a little more difficult because we have to climb from here to the top of that red basically in like 2 or so minutes. And that's with red fighting us. But that's still pretty small. So one good push. See, we're already halfway there on a light push. So might be able to do it. If so, that's a power shape and we'll go up to 55.14. Bird is indeed the word. And Howard likes to tell everyone about the word. There you go. Like clockwork. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about. TM. Okay, now that it's touched this line, red will probably take over. Because green probably used all of its energy. Which means I should probably bail. Keep my tiny profits. All right. Since that was a bad buy-in. Okay. Not looking too bad. Red showing weakness. I think green's going to drop a bomb. Oh, no. Red beat them to it. Yeah, green's showing strength. Red showed weakness, then hit them out of nowhere with a volume spike. No, red's got control. Green gave up. Unless you're going to surprise me, green. Oh, green's fighting. They're scrapper. Green did give up, and then it's like, no, I have last wind. Although it looks like they're burnt out again. So we're going to see a red thump in a minute or two. Yeah, green's not pushing. So there's only one way to go. If you cut the engines to your airplane, there's only one direction. And that's into the hedgy graveyard. Oh, there's 4 times the volume. Nice. I see they found the nitrous button for this airplane. Yeah, we're trading at 10,000 and they drop 2 blocks of 30,000. Yeah. Oh, green's resurrected. from the grave. Is that a certain time? No. Interesting. I think it's going to push. Yeah, it looks like it's going to push. Yeah, it's going to break over those sticks. And it's also got increased volume. It just woke up and now it's angry. Green mad. It was pretty much dead. This is why you can't call it, right? Yeah, they just quadrupled the volume. Yeah, we went from sub 10,000 to over 30,000 just in a heartbeat, literally 5 seconds. Although I guess it's more than a heartbeat. But now our volume's ramped up considerably. You can see it on the chart. Just out of nowhere, right? Why 410? But I guess it consolidated enough. Red had, 4 good chances to drop us, and green just kept scrapping. So here you go. But that was definitely pretty dicey there. Yeah. That was at least a little bit fun. Got me some dollars. I'm going to stay in on this one. Just see if we can get to that white line. No point bailing out mid-flight. Wait till the airplane slams into the mountain. Then you get out because you don't know if it's going to explode. You're just like, it might keep flying or it might not. But at least we're in mid-flight here. As long as we don't get hit by a SAM fired from the Russian Federation as we go over Ukraine. Get SAM sighted. Okay, so then we bail coming up. Throw some citrus in there. So this is us touching the line, which I guess needs to come down a little. All right, time to get on the comfy couch. All right. I'm currently in. You can see it at the top there. Now I got out here. So I got in here, got out here, got in here, and I'm still in because I want to see it interact with this line before I bailed. Yeah, I did get out here though because I was concerned that this bad boy's going to turn. So
I played it safe because it was touch and go there for a bit. But then as soon as I saw red just kind of give out the ghost, I'm like, okay, green's close enough. They're going to try to do it. They're going to try to go for a run. And they did. Yeah. But that was dicey. That could have gone any which way. It doesn't look like much, but looking at the seconds, it was all over the place. Ugh. Ugh. But yeah, red's not, aside from like this little push right here, red's not mounting much of a fight right now. So this can be a power shape. We just have to get over these lines. Goose me. Now we're looking at a pennant that's about to break down. But all we need is one good push up and we're good to go. Damn it. Come on, green. Push it back in. Turn it around. Daddy needs his money. So they pushed it back. Now if they can complete it, get rid of it, the pendulum will swing the other way and will break out. Come on. Kimchi poo poo. Okay, good. No. we were doing so good. Okay. So now it's 50-50 because we finished with a red, not a green. So it's anyone's game. All we need is 2 inches up or 1/2 of an inch down, and this game's about to take off. Who's gonna win this? My money is on green. And I think I'm gonna be rewarded. As long as red doesn't... Nah, fuck you. I was gonna say, as long as red doesn't push it back in. Son of a bitch. Damn it. Now it's gonna pendulum swing the other way. Well, I was hoping green would do, red's gonna do. All right, green, push it back. Please. Oh, green's still holding on by a shred. We definitely need to be inside that black or blue line. If we hang on the outside, we're going to collapse down. Come on, green, put us back in. So we're basically falling. Green's trying to stop it. If green can get us back into this little sliver, then we can still have our breakout. The odds are starting to get pretty damn low, though. Oh, man. And the seconds chart is just all red. Not looking good. Come on, green. Get some citrus in here. I know that's what you need. I love how I moved the citrus and look at how the volume just immediately goes up. Those lemons. Fucking lemons. What are we doing here? Like red's gonna take over. Fuck. Yeah, red's gonna take over. Yeah. Can green stop it though? No. Yeah, so if you're looking at the seconds chart, which is down here. Oh, it's a second chart. No, it's moving for you. Okay, I thought it was frozen for a second. Yeah. So it's definitely green's mounting a bit of a fight, but red just keeps slapping it down. So eventually I think red's going to win this because green is not getting enough height for it's not countering red enough. So as you see here, red's starting to push. So this is on like a microscopic scale, which is why it doesn't really correlate exactly here. But the overall trend, you'll see it here first. Yeah. Yeah, see that push down, that push down, that push down. We haven't had any green push-ups. It's just been red slapping us. So, looking grim. Yeah. All right. I'm going to bail on neutral dollars. Let green push one more time. Green's still pushing. All right, I'm out. Green might continue to push, but it's too fucking risky now. We're going to travel this blue line likely. So we stopped the breakdown, but we basically went and started a new low. So even though this is a good green push, I don't trust it to completely erase everything. So for safety, I just got out with mild profit. Because when the red comes, it's going to be severe. Okay. Now that's it with the stock market game. You might win and you might lose, but as long as you're keeping the game, you know, you win it back eventually. Just might take a while. Unless you suck a lot, then maybe what I'm saying is wrong. But, you know, in generality, you tend to win more than you lose. All right, 30 minutes to horse racing time. Man, this last 2 hours have moved pretty quick. Let's take a broader look while we got a minute here. Oh, let's see. GME is neutral. Dow is going down. Not too bad. S&P even better. NASDAQ is good. That's a healthy retraction pattern. So this one, it's going up. It pulls back a little to pay for its long run. Well, actually, it pulls back 100%, but it doesn't pull back, 100% of this, right? Up payment. Good, good, good. This one has kind of unpaid for, but this one kind of does half of this larger, so whatever. But this here shows indecision, but it's trending up. Where this, kind of the same thing, they had less of a payment. And so now you have indecision, but it's not looking good. You're breaking new lows and you're in free fall territory, basically, because there's nothing supporting you. So that's dangerous. And then here, they went into free fall, came out of it, but there was nothing to keep them. So they went back down. So once whoever led the negativity, right? Whereas these guys came back, and then these became the support lines that helped keep them up. Yeah. So this one here could have gone back down, but it probably was this. So it came up, came down, and this guy dragging them back up helped stabilize this is most likely what happened. Where this one, it's smaller, so the stabilization is smaller. And then the Dow has even a smaller one, and it didn't even make it, so it fell down. It actually probably got repelled. It didn't even make it up to it. Yeah. But at least the Dow is leveled out, so they fell as far as to their next support line, basically. Where the S&P, they fell to their first support line, but they can go to their second if things don't go well. And the NASDAQ is pretty tight, so that should hold them unless something bad happens. So we don't have to worry about them, and we don't really have to worry about the Dow too much either. It's not going to free fall. This one's already done its crashing. Maybe not. So it leveled out, but these are very tight. So it could just go bounce, bounce, and finally break a support line. So, whoops. I don't want this. Where's the exit button? Wrong button. Oh my God, there it is. So if I want that one, let's see if it's batting off of a line. It is. So it's batting off 197. So if it comes back to 197, that's 1, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, and then this would be 3, or 1, 2, 3. So this one has a chance of going down. If this doesn't just go flying up, then I would expect the next one to go through. Take a quick look. Okay, that's 1. That one doesn't quite touch. That one does touch. So I would expect a roll. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. Okay. Nice. So while I was away, we had a nice push. So we broke up, and then we went over the, what's this line represent? Oh, this represents the ceiling in here, which is what we broke up over and went flying. Nice. Oh, right. That was the pennant. Right. Yeah, we had a pennant shape. So we basically completed the pennant on the other side, and then as thus broke up. Right. That's what that was. Nice. All right, so I missed out on all of that, but that's fine because it could have easily gone the other way. So this looks good. If it pushes over this white line, then we could probably go for a bit more. The markets look like they're going to support us, so that's good. It was rolling up. Yeah. What is it? It's collapsing in the upwards direction. Oh, it's called a melt up. So you're falling apart, but the stocks are still going up. Yeah, melt up. Oh. Got a channel here. Good push. See red's counter. No counter from red. Oh, she's going to keep going then. If I don't see a big red, then she's going to keep going. No big red. No big red. Nope. She's going to probably keep going. All right. I'm back in. So big reds are coming now. Because that's my luck. Well, no, if it breaks the channel, right? So there's resistance from breaking the channel, but if it breaks the channel, it's going to go. Mm-hmm. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, that red wasn't there. So that leads to a continuation pattern. I can look in a minute, Travis. It probably is, judging by our percentage. We're starting to come back up. But the middle of the day was not really the middle of the W. So it probably looks like a giant mangled W. We had a dip, a small recovery, then a bigger dip, and now we're coming up the side on a recovery. Uh, no, red's laying into us. But green should push back. Green's barely pushing back. Not a good sign. Come on, green. Nope. Probably going to get hit with a large red soon. So this line is holding us back. That's not going to last forever if green can't push. Small push from green. Oh, ramping up. Come on, green. Show us the money. Ugh. Sleepy green. There's a red push. Limited green counter. Oh, good green counter. And they're just trading blows back and forth. The green really needs to get some height off this line or it's going to collapse. Green's thinking about it. That might be the push now. And get the volume. Jeez, it's just trading blows back and forth. Nobody's getting any ground here. And it's okay volume too. So they're just smacking each other back and forth. Yeah, still going sideways. Oh. Red's dumping. Green seems to have stopped the red dump. So now it's going to try to correct. It's not looking too good. Yeah, it's definitely green is not putting up much of a fight right now. Red's not doing much either, but we just need green to do a good, solid counter punch. You know green wants to. They just have to do it. Because the pattern we're in is not too bad. You have a failed U shape, and we're going into a second one. So if we can just get a little push, then it turns into a W, and we can complete it. It's not too bad of a shape. Just green has to commit. If not, it's going to be a descending channel. it looks like we're slowly bleeding out. I'm looking at the seconds chart, and green is not putting up any amount of fight. And then red just goes slap once every couple minutes. Of course, that can all change, but yeah, it looks like the current trend is slow bleed. Oh, there's a sudden burst of volume from green out of nowhere. Countered by red. Oh, there's a push again from green. Maybe they're waking up. Maybe. Oh, that's a good push. See how red reacts? Red didn't react too well. Looks like we're pushing. Green's starting to wake up, but red's also awake. So red needs to start showing a little bit of weakness, and we should be able to go for a run. Yeah, green just woke up, what, 5 minutes ago? No, sorry, not 5 minutes ago. These are 5 seconds. So about a minute ago. And they just suddenly woke up, volume jumped. Now, look, it's 50, 56, yeah, 5660 is a number to beat. And then we'll go for another run. GME's volume's basically dead. Yeah. So what that's telling you is 100 is the minimum. It's a block, and so it's basically dead. No, it does that a lot. Now, this is not representative of the real volume, but see all these flats? All of these flats is basically a no trade. So all of these gaps is no one giving a shit, basically. So it's pretty bad for GME. Right here. That push failed. Well, that's it, right? That's like early days of AMC. It's like, well, we should be crashing, but no one's selling and no one's buying. So, yeah, we're not moving. Hooray. Yeah. Lack of interest in a stock can be taken as indecision. They don't know if they want to go up or they don't know if they want to go down. Because when a stock knows what it wants to do, it does it and it's violent. So the lack of interest is either everyone's done what they're going to do, all the sellers sold and all the holders hold and all the buyers are done, or it's nobody knows what to do. And so the people that would be playing aren't. So it's one of those. With GME, I think it's probably lack of interest. So, and then with the buyers or the would-be buyers, a lot of them are fearful that the price is too high, it's not popular anymore, blah blah blah. So you got the holders and you don't have any fresh blood because they're all too scared, or and rightfully so, right? So they don't become buyers and later sellers. And then all the sellers that would have sold sold. So now you're just stuck with a bunch of diehard holders, right? So the good news is that means your base is like in the clouds, but the bad news is your base is horrifically unstable, because if those sellers get spooked somehow, you're gone. They're going to rout like no one's business. And then you're not going to get fresh buyers. So it's just going to be nothing but a sell. Yeah. Unless some institutional picks it up when it's like 20 or something. But definitely they're not going to pick it up when it's 200. Oh, it is 200 on the dot. Yeah. It ends the game. Well, GME's been pretty laggy for months now. I don't think the DTC ruling is really going to scare the bejesus out of everyone. It just means they have to report sooner. You got a mini pennant here as well. This might be a breakout if it holds. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like a breakout. Holy crap. That was some pent up energy. The volume is about double, but that's a lot of price motion for the volume. So I guess red wasn't paying attention and green just went as far as it could. Yeah, you can see in the seconds chart, red's ramping up now. But the price isn't moving. That means green's still trying to push up. So that's a good sign. So even though it's red and the volume's high, if the price doesn't move, it means green and red are fighting. If the volume's low and there's a ton of price motion, it means the other side is not there. Yeah. So yeah, I think that caught red off guard. So people that are watching it are like, hey, what the hell? And then they sell because it's too high. Or whatever. Or they were looking for an exit and it finally appeared. But I don't think green's done. Still looking okay. It's possible that, you know, it's a GME buy-in and they're buying AMC at the same time. There could be people trying to game the stock as a portfolio. Yeah. We could try to figure out why it happened, but realistically, it doesn't really matter. We broke the pennant and we went for a run. And now we're making a mini pennant again. So if this red doesn't get any bigger, we run the risk of pushing up. Well, I wouldn't say that's a risk. We run the chance pushing up, to use a more positive word. Oh yeah, it's EOD time. Oh, jeez, I got a killer headache. Okay, give me 1 second to get Advil while this runs its course, and then I'll do the EODs. Okay, I'm going to switch the microphone over to bar. Go. Oh, God, this headache's killing me. Yeah. Yeah, I ate a cold meat sandwich, and I guess whatever, body wasn't tolerating it today.
The poison in my food. Just because there's a lot of lines, we'll do it the old school way. Okay. And I pulled out my gun. Oh, God, he's got his gun again. Ah, the Islamic holiday, Id. All right. May is 5537. I put it in, but I forgot your name. Oh, wow. Brain functions definitely dropped. Ow. Maybe because there's sunlight outside. Sunlight's a rare thing around these parts. Yeah, fear of missing out name. All right, any betters? We got 33 people in here and only 10 of them are up on the chart here. I see you. Oh, I scared 2 of them away. 5380. $56.08. And I pull out my gun. Oh, he's got his gun again. Oh, good South Park episode. I don't see you either, Overkill. Out. I see you now. Who the hell was 5380? Oh, FOC. Forgot name. There we go. So where would I place my bets? If we level out, I would go with somewhere up here. Yeah, where Tommy Guns is. If we fail, then I'm putting us into... Where's the end of day? Better than 5366. So May might have it again. There's a big gap here. Yeah. 5940. Is that a monkey with a gun? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna cut people off at 3:30, so we don't have any last-minute snipers. Yeah, I'm taking the Tom War approach. Throw down so many lines, eventually one of them sticks. Now, each of those white lines is support and resistance, and the blue lines are trend lines. And you'll notice that a lot of the blue lines are all the same direction, right? So these are all just duplicates. Even though I drew them at different times, they're pretty much running in parallel, right? Even to this guy, right? So this is just outdated content. Yeah. And this one represents the global trend line. We'll leave this guy up. Yeah, let's make him green. This one doesn't matter anymore. One doesn't matter, or these. Those are failed breakouts. Hmm. Oh, where's your bet, Zeus? It's had some exhilaration, but yeah, there's been a bit of dead moments. As crown champion, Zeus, you gotta give us your bets. We're out of practice. Don't know if I want to bet up or bet down. Just to be fair, I won't snipe you too close. $56.16. All right. So betting closes in 10 minutes. I may have picked the wrong direction. Wow, rough. Although anything sub 54, that gives it to Zeus now. Which is a pretty broad spectrum. Damn. I may have betted poorly. I was hoping it would break from the trend line. It might still. I'm expecting them to kind of push, right? Ugh, crap. Whew. All right, 5 minutes left on the betting chart. Any last minutes? Oh. FTSE is the London Stock Exchange. This one? Yeah. The short term looks good. You can see they're recovering from good pandemic news, and they bottomed out on pandemic news. That actually might be a good power play. Look at the drop. They went nuclear from 400 to 150 on pandemic news, and they've been strong growth. Now they haven't really gone anywhere, but that's not bad. Like that's incredibly good growth line right there. And they paid for it. And they got nuked by the pandemic. Yeah, it looks like people have wisened up though to the overall picture. Yeah. So in the last year, they've basically gone kind of sideways. They pay out dividends too. Earnings have been neutral and positive. Yeah. I mean, you're already looking at 70% returns in a year, and you're looking at a potential of 3 times your money in less than 83 days if it goes Nova in the good direction. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty decent. Long term, I'd be a little leery because it's not showing any major growth. But definitely the short term looks pretty good. Oh, is it in a wedge? Hold on. The chart looked like this. No, it's not in a wedge because the tops are increasing and the bottom is increasing or decreasing. So what you have is a channel. A wedge requires the top and the bottom to both decrease. So they go up and the tops go down. So you're actually in a growth pattern. Instead of it undecided breakout, it's recovering. It's in a growth phase. So that's good until it turns around. But judging by it getting murdered by the pandemic, it can really only go back to where it was pre-pandemic. So that's not bad. Yeah, that's actually not a bad play. It'd be a bit of a long play. At least it's going to cost you probably 3, 6, 9. So at least 3 months. But, 70% in 3 months ain't bad. Yeah. Where AMC, it's in the friggin' clouds. So it really is just treading time until it comes back down. Also, do you want to play? I'll take a look at it after the market's over, or if this slows down. But you want to place an end of day bet? I'll look at it again in a minute or two. This is going so fast. Yeah, I agree. Overkill, especially with UK, right? And you probably could even see that. Like, so if we look at the last 3 months, right? See, this isn't a wedge because the bottom's, it's flat. So you have declining tops, right? But here, these bottoms aren't declining. These ones are kind of declining, but you can't base your wedge off of this piece because you could make a wedge here, right? You could try doing that, but that's, kind of weird. You got, like, does that look anywhere like a wedge, right? So you could argue perhaps if you take this, but then you see this top is not lower. So, okay, I have to move it here and I have to go here. Then I try to grab the bottom. So I'd have to grab the bottom from here and here, right? So you could argue this is a wedge. There is indecision, but that's really not that's probably the medium term trend. If we go and look at the 1 year, right? You're in a channel that is, bitchin' tight. So what's probably gone on here is this is the Delta COVID crap coming out, right? So they're like, oh, vaccines in November. Then they're like, oh, well, things are good, except, India and whatever shit. Well, we have a handle on that. Cool. Oh, but Delta variant in March. We don't know what to think about it, right? So there might be a risk that they get spooked, but their earnings are coming up. So you could play that. But I think you're more in a channel, an upwards channel. The overall trend line, if I just half-ass it, is that green right there. So yeah, this part could be a wedge. And so it is prime for a breakout. And the breakout will try to bring it back into between these green lines. So it will be about half the size of the middle. So it's about this big. So this will, if this, let's say, trends, it will break up about this high, and then it has to figure itself out, basically. But that might be how it plays. So I'll just leave that up, and we'll see how that plays out coming forwards. But yeah, do take a note that Delta variant might spook. And you can verify that by looking at the total UK market. So if the total UK market doesn't give a shit, the FTSE doesn't care, then your stock doesn't care, per se. I mean, it is an airline stock, but if the market's not spooked, then you can kind of bank on yours being okay. So, yeah. Yeah, if you play it with a basic stop loss, it's not a bad entry point. That stock looks like one that you get in, and it might have a tiny bit of red in the near future, but it's going green over the long period. Just watch the news, and if they ever come out and say, or even have a stop loss, basically is a better way to do it. So if the news comes out and says, oh shit, the next one turns us into zombies, then everything's going to plummet, but at least you'll be automatically kicked out. Just because you're, I wouldn't say playing with fire. We're on the recovery stage of COVID, but you always have to prepare that, they find out that the vaccines don't work and we all turn into zombies. And the Illuminati are now back for revenge, right? Something stupid, but you have to prepare for that. But other than that, yeah, it'd be good. I wouldn't even mind buying into that if it wasn't on a foreign market. That's not too bad. Yeah. Ugh. The sandwich I ate is giving me heart inflammation. Jeez. Okay, well, then that's pretty shitty. But at least set up alerts. Well, it's like when COVID first came out, it killed so many people, but all the people it killed were already sickly. So it's like it just hunt down the weak and just drop them. And it's like, well, the flu would have done it anyways, but this thing's, the super flu. Yeah. So the rareness is probably these people have, congenital heart problems and it's hunting them down. Yeah. Oh, geez. I'm trying to drink out of a 2-liter bottle of pop, soda, carbonated beverage, depending where you live. And I accidentally squeezed the bottle and just completely inhaled carbon dioxide. Oh, that's good on the lungs. Yeah, I'm playing another game called Stellar Tactics, and the main bad guy is a virus called the phage, which wasn't lifted from Voyager or any other sci-fi, and essentially it turns everyone into zombies. So they're describing it as like it necrotizes flesh, they become erratic, mindless, and it's like sounds a lot like zombies, but they describe it in like a sci-fi, like these people don't know what zombies are. And it's like, okay, so you've created space zombies. Yeah. But an interesting twist to the game is that you go in and out of cryo sleep. So the prologue of the game takes place 10 years before you wake up the second time. And you were frozen for at least 10,000 years prior to you waking up. So you get waked up because of emergency protocols. You deal with the problem, and the ship starts self-terminating because of the infection of this virus, which is the reason why this ship was built in the first place, is to escape the virus. And so one of these doctors decides to reintroduce the virus. And because the ship is, on voyage for 10,000 years, the virus has 10,000 years worth of mutation to run. So you basically have zombies that now have 10 years of zombification, 10,000 years of zombification. And then when the ship purges them, they're now ready for space. And so now they're purging them all around space. These now 10,000 years worth of experience zombies. And it's like, nice twist. And so now the virus has evolved from killing humans, because it previously would attack your spinal column, attack your brain like a virus would. Now the virus is basically sentient. So now the virus is going around infecting people to create more virus because it can't reproduce like normally. It has to consume. So now you have a sentient space zombies that are not hive mindy, but they have their own communities and they've existed for 10 years since you last woke up. And I'm like, not bad story writing. I like it. So, not a bad game. Yeah. Well, yeah. Dead Space was parasites. Yeah. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, it plays a lot like XCOM. Um, that kind of click move around, but it's not bad. The weapons are nice. The combat is decent. Reminds me of old XCOM. I played a Russian version of XCOM, and the production value was so bad, like so bad. It's called UFO 2, I think. But when you click, your character just kind of glides, and it has left, right, up, down animations, and your character glides. When you shoot, it fires like an 8-bit particle. Like it looks like it's a DOS game, basically. Brutal. But the game has good weaponry, although animations and graphics are horrible. And when you throw a grenade, it actually friggin' blows shit up. And so it was like, there's a guy hiding in a building. I threw a grenade, it blew up the building, and I was like, So what they lacked in aesthetics, they made back in gameplay. But it was so shitty, I couldn't play it. It was so bad. But anyways, yeah, I've been trying out a bunch of games lately, seeing what's out there. So who's winning now? Is it me? 56-24. No, not me yet. We are at... Guess it's Kiska. 56-20. Oh, it's Rick. Somehow I have him lower. Good job, Justin. And thanks for the subs, Mr. Bubbles. We're slowly collecting the non-dredges of society. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I remember you told me once. But I'm like, if she forces me to say it right, I'm going to just call you something horrific. Or Mrs. Smith. Mr. Anderson. Kisa. Okay. That was close. Lisa. Kisa. Yeah. Close. I just emphasized the I a little too much. Yeah. Kisa. Yeah, it's I can see it. K-I, Ki. And then Issa. But you just say it fast as Kisa. So the E is not pronounced, really. That should be easy enough to try to remember. Yeah. Unlike Dr. Overkill, I can never pronounce his name properly. It's like dot, period, full stop. And there's those numbers. So confusing. So confusing. So it's back to Kisa winning. If you're planning on holding long term, then no. I wouldn't say stop losses are necessary, but just because it's kind of dumb to just leave your money in a unprotected into oblivion, you at least set up alerts to warn you if your money's going south, or if you plan on checking it every day. But the thing is, a stock like that is really dependent on the pandemic, right? So if things go south, you'll see it on the news, and by the time you get to your trading platform, you'll be like, "Wow." But if you get in early enough, you might have a buffer. So, yeah, yeah. But his trading platform doesn't allow him to do stop losses. So, at least alerts, you can download any free application that will do alerts on your phone, basically. Yeah. Because especially if you have to work a real person's job, you get busy, you're not thinking, and then you get alert saying, "Brump, brump, brump, everything's going wrong," and you're like, "What? Oh, dear God, it's negative 30%." Yeah, but then when he says, "Whoopsie, this new virus is super deadly," so that's what you have to worry about, right? Because right now, the Delta variant, so the Indian variant, is basically rampaging through the UK, right? And because it's far more viral, what is it? Virulent, that's the word. So I don't think it's any more lethal. It's just far more transmissible. Um, but if that overwhelms the healthcare, they're going to sure as shit lock down the place, right? Because that's really the threat. They don't give a crap if you get COVID. What they give a crap is if you get COVID and then you need a hospital bed and they don't have one. Then they got to choose who lives and dies, and that upsets them. So if you don't think that's going to happen, then I would bet we're going up. Yeah. Well, okay, every 5 minutes is overkill. I don't think that stock's going to move that much. That's more of a sit and watch play. AMC is kind of a stock that can be. We could go up 10% in the next minute. Like the thing can just go nova here and there. Right now, it's kind of end of the day, so the probability is quite low. But I don't think a stock like that is prone to explosions. Although it does have, you can see the surges. So it does like to go for runs. So I would just get in now, roll the dice, because if it does break out that pennant or makeshift pennant, then you got some good legs there, right? But it doesn't hurt to have an alert at the bottom of that pennant and say, okay, if it goes below this, I need to get out because it's probably going to free fall a little bit. Yeah, exactly. So that's the real danger. So if I look at the United Kingdom's index, right? So you see the reaction to the infections is probably this, right? So now they're starting to worry a little. So, everything's fine, everything's good. This was a worry. And now we're getting into June, and then they're like, oh, by the way, for the last week, things aren't looking good. So you plummeted. So you can look at this index and be like, okay, if this keeps going down, it keeps doing something like this. So it's going to bounce and continue down. Then I would stay out of the UK market just because, let the dust settle before you get in and get burned. Or find somebody that's going to benefit, somebody that's already performing very well, and then capitalize on the fact that their competitors are going to get effed. So online merchants or what have you. I'll tell you. I'll look it up for you after this horse race is over. I think actually I could probably do it really fast. So your alert would be actually where it is now. It just dropped I would have my alert at 197.68. I don't know why it dropped all of a sudden a whole bunch of money. But yeah, if it was going to break out, it would break out at $200 or so. Well, less than 200, 199.20. And if it's going to break down, it would start somewhere around 197. Yeah. And it would definitely break down by 192. So, yeah, so it's going to have a little bit of a run up. So you would buy in, and then if it goes below, I'd say 192, 193, 194, you need to get out because it's going to drop. But it should drift up. I don't know why it. Oh, because it closed. That's why. It gapped down on close. So yeah, I was doing pretty good all day. Not bad. Yeah. Yeah, you just want a gentle warning so that you don't just wake up one day and all your money is missing. No problem. $55.86. It's May. May has this whole sector on lockdown. Now it's Tommy Guns. 38876. Yep. So it would be 4 and higher is Kisa. And 3 and under is Tommy. So that's Tommy. Ooh, Tommy might get his win. I need a 50-cent bump. It's all right. Okay, 9 minutes left. Yeah, but you have to prepare for if they find out the next variant, the vaccine doesn't work or something else, right? So you always have to prep for the worst. Especially if you're going all in. Exactly. Or options. You're there. You're Tommy Guns. Who else do you think is Tommy Guns? $55.97. So that's Tommy. All right. We got 6 minutes left. 5, 7 minutes left. Yeah. So expect in the last 5, they're going to try their push. In the last 3 or 2, there'll be a sell-off if one is to happen. So we're in a mini pennant here. We got the top of the green and the bottom of the red. And then we have declining tops and declining bottoms. technically this top is higher than this one, but we can just draw over it because the middle one doesn't have to be perfect, or the middle ones do not have to be perfect. But the point is, anything that goes below this green or above this green is going to possibly break out because we're basically as tight as we can get here. If it doesn't, if it goes sideways, then we adjust the bottom and adjust the top. So that should be the breakdown. And you see it was about double the middle size. But green did push it back. So that's good. So that establishes a new bottom if it doesn't hold. I don't understand that Salvadorian reference. Okay. So who's going to win this if it goes below, oh, halfway between 30? That would be about 60. So, yeah, it becomes May after 55, 60-ish. Illegal eggs? Are you trying to say golden goose eggs? Like a 1920s reference? Actually, I don't even know if the golden goose probably goes back even further than that. It's like German fairy tales, I think. This is between Tommy, Kisa, and May. And we are 3 minutes out. Okay, I'm still thoroughly confused of what you're saying, but I'm glad you approve of my channel. So I don't know the exact date, but they're talking about the DTCC ruling. Apparently it's going to start a stress test on Wednesday. That's what I heard. But I haven't looked any of that up because it doesn't really matter too much. At least in my perspective, it doesn't really matter. The data that's going to come out of it's going to be interesting, but it's hardly going to turn the world upside down. 55, 75. Now, is it going to do a last second push or a last second crash? Money says it's going to go down at the last second. If all things stay the same, it should trend downwards. Because if I take this blue line and I drag it up, you can see it's following the blue line. It's following the blue line. So if I go here, it's going to try to follow the blue line. See? Yeah. Hence why they call them trend lines. But it's a matter if the public is going to try a last minute push, though, to try to stop that. Yeah, this day's basically been a slow drain all day with bursts of green. I believe that's what Bubbles is talking about. Yeah. Holy crap. All right, this is the final lap. We're on the finish line. Where are we gonna go? So right now we're at 55. So that's May. And her horse Mayhem. And we're pretty much frozen. What a weird number to be stuck at. 55. Ah, it's a sign. I stream daily. All right. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Oh dear. Okay. So, wow, we went to 6150 in the post. 6150. Holy crap, we went off the chart in post market. It's coming back down to 5712. Okay, so 5570. Who gets that? That would be Tommy, wouldn't it? If 40 is Mayhem, then 90, 50, 60. Yeah, you would end up getting it. I think Tommy gets it. Yeah. All right. Nice. That was hard fought. And let me just check Yahoo Finance. We'll double check before we give that guy. Yeah, 72. All right. Well done, Tom. Yes, we bet on the closing price to make the last hour go by. And Tommy Guns, he won it. Win number 2. Well done. I should have bet. Look at that. It, like fucking just right on it. Where was my original line? So, if I would have bet with my line, where would that have put me? 55-14. And I still would have lost. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. All right. And I'm just going to quickly look at IAG again. And for the rest of you, see you on Discord or whatever's tomorrow. And this is Okay. Okay. Yeah, the prize is bragging rights. Let's take this and United Kingdom Exchange. Here we go. So this shows us how much they follow the market. And the answer is a lot. Now, they didn't react there. They went the opposite way. Went the opposite again. Yeah, so you can see where they overlap like this, it's news. So, you know, they panic. This was bad news for the market, good news for them. Bad news for the market, good news for them, good news for the market. Opposite again. Opposite again here. Big opposite here. And then you can see they just follow very closely to each other. Well, actually, if I do this, there, that will do it. they'll look a lot closer. Yeah. And this must have been news because look at how timed that is. So the UK market hit it, I think, first. No, about the same time. Yeah. Yeah, so if things look good, they look like they follow the market. So as long as the UK isn't going to flounder, it looks like they go up. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. You do you. I was just taking a look at it because it was interesting. Yeah. You could just invest in the UK 100 index. I mean, that looks like it's going to probably go on a tear soon as well. Yeah. Whatever's. Cool. See you all tomorrow's. Oh, yeah, well. Yeah, if you think I'm financial advice, it's all good. He already did drop a subscribe. Look. I can replay them. But anyways, see you guys tomorrow.